Good morning. It's Monday. We are resuming the Alec Murdaugh murder trials. It is been a wild week in week one. I recapped that over on my Quick Bits channel and the Quick Bits podcast. This morning, when court resumes, it's not quite back yet, but this morning, when court resumes, we will be starting with cross-examination of the deputy, the SLED agent that collected most of the evidence from the crime scene, bullet casings, photos, did the crime scene mapping, and all of those things. At the end of the day on Friday, the defense indicated that they had hours of cross-examination, and so court broke at the end of the day. This witness has already been on the stand since mid-morning on Friday through the entire afternoon session, going through each and every item of evidence that was collected from the crime scene, from the vehicle they believe Alex Murdaugh drove when he left the crime scene and went to go see his mother, etc. So we are going to be doing all of that. I have not even put the lid on my coffee yet this morning because I had to get my kids out the door for school, but the coffee is brewed, the hot water is ready, and it is time to go. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We need to get rolling. Are you guys ready for week 2? I'm ready. There's things we're going to learn. I've got a new setup. It's all good. We're doing all the things here in the, the Baker Stream Center. All right, let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it.
We are just joining live court now. The court asked if there was anything any of the attorneys needed to address before court began. Both parties indicated no. It looks about
you may bring the jury.
Dark and cloudy in South Carolina as it is here in Middle Tennessee. They asked for the witness to resume taking the stand. My in-ears are trapped on my chair. Ugh. I got an extender and I'm still stuck. They asked for the witness to take the stand, and then the court said our favorite thing: bring the jury. Alec Murdaugh is sitting in court in the plaid shirt again, not wearing the reading glasses, but I'm sure we'll see those come in a little bit. You know, if I put this in my pocket, maybe it'll stop getting stuck. We're working on a new stream setup, y'all. It's a work in progress. Look, I'm very ADHD. I need to change my environment, but I kind of like it. Chat's over here now instead of being over here now. I feel like we're in the middle. We're good. All right, let's make sure our closed captioning is up. It is ready to roll. You should be able to hear court. It's just rustling at this point. I've got my stream deck a little closer to us. Ooh, now it's floating in the air. But if you follow me on Instagram, you will have seen all of the behind the scenes of the stream setup. If you don't, I completely understand, but that's where I put it. Let's see. Nope, not late. We're right on time. Buster isn't in court today. I haven't seen that, but I don't doubt that. Today might be a tough day. Or it might just be that Buster has shit to do.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6. Has anyone attempted to contact you or talk with you in any way? Okay.
Oh.
Very good.
I wonder if that's normal.
Cross-examination begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. I forgot to grab my pen, but I'm going to do that because we got a whole notebook. Shima said, wearing my I have questions hoodie. I'm wearing my Law Nerd zip up today.
Court's indulgence, one moment. I want to make sure I have the right stack of stuff.
Sir, how long have you been sitting in court? This whole folksy oh, we're just getting through is not. I'm not having it today. Oh, there's Buster. Buster is in court.
Good morning.
The family often comes in very, very late in the morning. So I'm not surprised. But yes, the press side of court looks much fuller today.
Get organized here.
Sir, he's been in court for at least 20 minutes. Come on now. Ashley said, coming in from Shanghai, drinking pineapple soda
Calling you Miss
water.
Worley. Do you have a rank?
I'm a senior criminalist.
But not lieutenant or captain or
No.
Senior criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry.
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
But you went out to this crime scene.
I did, yes.
Do you normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay.
Oh my.
And a special agent is, what's so special about the special agent?
Ew!
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay.
Are you charmed? I'm
Thank you
annoyed
for
already.
provoking. One moment.
I need more coffee for this. What's so special about a special agent? Sir, let's not disrespect the witnesses. I just do not. What's so special about it? He has been in court. He has had the entire weekend to prepare. If I am the jury at this point, I am like, you have had the entirety of the weekend to prepare. What in the world are you doing? Why are you not ready to question this jury? I don't think this morning is a
What
tactic.
you did on this case.
But what is
I'm gonna try
happening?
not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together.
That was funny. From a scintillating Friday afternoon together.
Go to the scene.
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No,
What they were supposed to do?
secure it.
Secure it so nobody could walk over things and nobody could in any
there a
way
question?
disturb trace evidence, forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
Can y'all
They
hear
had marked
okay?
some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not two of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did to place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers, isn't that right?
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean,
That's
one of the bloody
unfortunate.
footprints in that feed room.
One
was
of the
not
bloody-
Paul,
there are multiple?
Not the perpetrator.
Wait, there are multiple
It was a
bloody
police
footprints?
officer,
Yes.
probably a Carlton County police officer.
I don't
I don't
know.
know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
That could have been one of us from
One of
SLED.
yours?
I don't think
Or-
it was mine, but it could have been from SLED. I don't know.
Could have been Slade, could have been Carlton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, and in your business, there are rules about who should be walking through crime
So
scenes,
he's
right?
going with the botched investigation
Preferably
tack.
as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
That's the direction
And
he's
when
going.
they, like, went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them were further away
They
from
generally
Maggie's body,
process it to
walking in the
exclude.
dark, likens.
But they're not going to be able to say
increases the
exactly. They're going to
probability
be able to
that
say
some
it's
trace
a law
evidence has been
enforcement
disturbed
boot,
or
but they're not going to be able to say
That's
like.
probably why they went
this
ahead and
agent.
marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it
And
wouldn't be
rain.
disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started
Rain.
like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements,
Yes.
and those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did,
Yes.
not to scale,
Right.
and make sure.
The prosecution should have brought up the footprints inside.
Yeah, that's my stuff.
The prosecution should have brought up the footprints inside the feed room and covered that more clearly, so it
These are
doesn't
all
seem like a
exhibits stated
gotcha
on the front?
moment on cross. They absolutely could have brought that up, but didn't.
Okay, so
They should
let's
have.
look at,
And if they did, it was so lost in how tedious Friday was that I missed it. He's looking at exhibits or looking for exhibits with the court. Heather said, is this a gotcha moment? It doesn't seem that way. They think it could be. They're going to be like, the police had a bloody footprint. They were tromping all over this crime scene. See, they're incompetent. But you don't want the first time the jury hears about some of these things to be when they are fresh first thing in the morning, when it seems like, when you know the defense tactic is going to be botched investigation. You just want to make sure it's really clear to the jury that these things, that this is, though not ideal, this is what happened in it. So, but the killer wasn't in the feed room exactly, so it doesn't matter. Well, the jury doesn't know it doesn't matter yet because they don't really have that. They don't really have that theory yet. We have talked about that. We know now that the biological material was on the outside of the door from the feed room, meaning the perpetrator, then victim Paul, then the feed room behind him. So, couldn't the bloody first pimp been the first responders? That's what they were getting to.
Do you need more time before proceeding?
Oh, shit.
Well, do you need more time?
No, sir, I'm ready. Let me see if she can identify this.
The judge interrupted because he is not
what that is, please?
here for
This
it.
is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay, and you did it.
I did,
You can identify it.
yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please. It's her crime scene.
He has had
What
all
would that
weekend.
be for the defense?
Oh, the Judge Newman
Four.
says.
Any objection?
Yes, that's exactly
Submit
what
without objection.
the judge is getting to. Sir, you're not going to just bumble around this courtroom and waste our time. You need to get to getting. Pickles, I do. I have more questions than I did when this started. I think all of us are in that phase right now of, I got a lot of questions and not a lot of answers going into week 2. If you're over
Okay, and
in the
you
Law
see
Nerds
that on your
community,
screen?
Yes, sir.
And that is
I talked
what
about
just
that
showed
in
you,
the
right?
I Have Thoughts podcast.
Yes, sir.
And what's important to know at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale now.
That seems impossible.
But it does tell us some things.
Yes,
Yes.
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
that's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But you
through.
had an entrance and exit wound.
Let her finish.
Yes, that's right.
And now
This
these
is part of the part across.
the yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes,
Becca,
those
this is
are
a very
the
fair
evidence
question.
markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay.
All law
and did you
enforcement
take
should use
measurements
hovercrafts
of
or
where
jetpacks.
those were compared to anything else? And for instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what?
Jamie Lynn,
I
that's
didn't.
exactly
We didn't
right.
measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes,
They had to,
Did
yes.
you measure where they were?
They had to
Yes,
secure
we-
the scene.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of
Pardon
the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2.
Yes, they had to secure the scene, so I think they have to check in the feed room, especially when you have a reporting party that says, I got back and my wife and son have been murdered and I don't know what happened. You have to make sure that somebody is not lying in
you
wait
have your report with
for either
do.
Alec
that?
Murdaugh to come back or for
Page 2.
police.
I wanna make sure
It's a
I'm
very,
right.
very real thing. Valerie, yes, we are casting her in the Silence of the Lambs remake. I think we did that on Friday. I think I granted that motion. She absolutely does. It's great. She is a professional. She's, I think, probably annoyed. She might be a little nervous about Dick Harpootlian because he has
Page
such a
2
big
of 8,
reputation,
right.
but
Okay, and
he can't find the exhibits he's looking for, and he clearly didn't get prepared this morning when he walked into court, so there's not much for
when
her
it
to be worried
says you
about. He has
measured them
taken his sweet
RP1,
ass time.
RP2, what does that mean?
That's reference point. So, this corner of the feed room was reference point 1, this column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay, can you find page 2 for me, please?
Richard, I think as part of their training, they learn how to fly. I'm pretty sure that's what CSI are supposed to do. I'm teasing. She looked tired on Friday too, but we don't know if she is working. We don't know if she is working overnights and then coming in to testify. She might very well be working 6 to 6 and then coming into court. So,
Okay,
How
go
is
back and
being
show
receiving
this
unprepared
on
charming?
the wall.
It depends on the court. It depends on the
Do we have a
jury.
copy of it?
There will be defense attorneys who will be like, it's just us against the power of the government. And so this can be like, oh, there's only a few of us. It doesn't work. He has a whole half a courtroom filled with a defense team. But
I'd like to do
people try it.
is,
And especially older defense attorneys will try to gain the empathy
let me give you yours back.
of the jury. Like, I'm just doing my best.
And ask you
I don't think a lot of jurors find it charming, especially if it wastes their time.
what I do with it.
Did you hear him just say, what did I do with it? I don't think this part's an act. I actually think this is him being unprepared. This is kind of embarrassing. When court opened this
What we were
morning,
just looking at.
don't pull things that are
these your
stapled
calculations?
apart.
They are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection?
What are you doing?
Sorry? No objection, okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence. I think it's defense 5.
Are you offering it or are you marking it?
We'll go back and look at that again in a minute. And so,
These are his papers. This is
Can I
not the
have,
prosecution's papers.
Worley number 1 up.
He should have been ready with a list of questions and which exhibits he wanted to mark for her this morning. All of the questions, or at least the bullet points of what he was getting to, and then each document that was going to it. You saw the prosecutor on Friday with a stack of
Okay,
things to get
so
through. It was this,
you-
and then this,
you,
and then this.
Located these shell cases.
I was honestly expecting a little
Right.
bit more
Right.
this morning.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point.
Yes.
And how far.
This is a
did you-
majority female jury.
What was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse.
To be fair to Dick,
to a
he
reference
has
point.
seemed condescending
did
to
not
all of the
measure
law
the dog
enforcement
I don't
officers.
think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more.
Yes, what's so special about a special agent? I'm surprised the prosecution didn't object, and I wish she would have said, well, we're allowed to have muffins. They're not, though, because she's in the crime lab, so no
KNW
muffins at work.
1644 up, please.
This doesn't seem like an act at this point. At this morning, when we first started, yes, but as we go on, he's like going through document after document. It doesn't seem that they are ordered in any particular way, and that is just wild to me. And if I was the court staff, I would hate this
Can
view
you tell me what this is a photo
where
of?
you could see my computers.
The doghouse.
Well, and I'll walk, did you make this, or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
I don't know if there's much for them to object to at this point. I'm gonna go see if I can get back to what y'all drinking.
Now,
It's gonna be a morning. Andrea over on Facebook said too early for this. It feels that way. Depending on where you're living, it could be very early. He just came across as condescending and rude, and we'll see. What's so special was really absolutely something else, wasn't it? And he's still just wandering around the courtroom. So Steve, technically this
give the jury some sense of, and your
is
sketch,
not
I'm not saying your sketch
his
is bad,
witness.
it's not scaled
The
up,
defense
and it
didn't
gives them
call
an
the
idea of
witness,
layout.
but he had all
This is
weekend to
the
prepare for
doghouse.
this cross-examination.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, that's right.
This is what you call the small animal cage right here.
Right.
And that's off the ground,
It has legs, yes.
legs, right? The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, if we look over to the right, that would be the door
Or
to
muffins.
the feed room where Paul was shot and killed,
That's right.
right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail, but it's not. Is it quail? Quail, they apparently kept quail in there.
Are
And
you
then there's the
testifying
doghouse,
or are
and
you
then there's the
asking
door
questions?
To the feed room. Did you do any measurements?
Wait, what?
or
What's the
can you
prosecution
give us
doing with
any-
that giant
if
bag?
you're standing at the
Wait, go back.
um,
No, go
at
back
the,
and show what the prosecution is doing with whatever just got
quail
brought in. I've got questions.
pen right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle. that is out in front of you. Is that, am I right on that 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Oh my God, was there a
Not directly
question?
from the cage to the door, no.
Can you tell me whether, what, is it a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way? I mean,
I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from
Courtroom looks more
the
packed
door
today.
to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door.
I think people are
See if it
expecting
was at an
today to be
angle or
more
not, but-
interesting. I'll go to
but
Twitter and see if we have an
You didn't take any
idea.
measurements when you were on, when were you on the scene doing these measurements?
My initial measurements were the night of the incident, and then that picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago.
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch.
No,
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
that's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on one second. Do we have Pharaoh? Do we have Pharaoh?
What are we asking about? Where is your folder?
Yes, okay. What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Pharaoh is a 3D laser scanner that we use to document the scenes.
Okay,
It takes
did you use a Pharaoh scanner?
Hey, maybe let her
on
finish
this
the
scene?
question if
on
you're going to
the
ask
July
it.
16th we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans
Don't let
for
him interrupt
Pharaoh.
you. Just
And
talk
by the way,
over
is the
his
end
ass.
result of that Pharaoh process a
I still don't know what it
three-dimensional
is.
view of the scene,
Yes, that's right.
and so that you can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes.
And you had that done in this case.
Yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here. Okay, well, I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No. Why would there be an objection? It's a 3D rendering of the scene.
All right, could you play that for me?
Notice he's not marking things. He's just going straight to admitting them,
Wait,
and the
one second.
prosecution's not giving him any.
Does Pharaoh stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola? Or...
Maybe you should have let her
Yeah,
finish when you
sure.
asked the first time.
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call
But
it
it's a
Pharaoh.
brand. When somebody says Pharaoh, it's not, there's a specific commercial product called Pharaoh that law enforcement uses, and other folks use too, right?
Yes.
Okay, how about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
Though I'd really be interested in seeing this.
All right, I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
Oh. Oh, the
Yeah.
juror asked if they could move so they could see better.
Oh, God. Okay, start it, and then stop it. Go ahead. Now, stop it briefly.
We're not going to be able to see a lot of
Is
this.
this a drone video
No, it's created by the Pharaoh software.
created by Pharaoh software? Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
So this is a 3D rendering of the scene. Hopefully we'll see this on social media later. What's the difference between marking and admitting? So evidence has to be marked, the foundation has to be established, and then it has to be
That would
admitted.
right down here, that would be the
He's
dog,
compressing it.
house, right?
Right.
I don't know where he's going
Keep
with
going.
the doghouse, but let me pull up our map of the scene. Oh, I meant to clip that out into its own little PDF. I didn't do it yet. Let me pull that up so I can show you guys the rendering that we have from the defense motion. We do appreciate that the defense put it in their motion, so we have it,
Stop right there.
because that's super
Now,
helpful.
we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Work, okay. And the bullet that went into the
That's so cool.
quail cage, went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
It gives you the trajectory of where things are shooting, though, if you know where bullets
Again,
exited.
stop it 1 second.
This should give a better view to the jury, too, of what's going on, because they're going through a
And
3D
quality
rendering of
very
the
good.
scene.
Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than, I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not
This is
sure if
not
there's something
me.
more than that.
Keep going.
She can't lay the proper foundation. The prosecution could have objected. It's kind of pointless too because it doesn't really matter. But they could have. She's like, I don't do the rendering of the software.
stop.
I don't know how it works. She's not
That's
the right
quail
witness
cage
to admit
right
this.
over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead.
So she's not technically the correct witness to admit this into evidence. The prosecution could have made more of a fuss of it. But then you walk into dangerous territory with undermining your own witness, who's a CSI
That would
expert.
be the doghouse.
Yes.
And if the prosecution
let's
doesn't care, it might not even
keep
be
going.
worth just fighting with Dick for the point of fighting with Dick. And that's something that's hard when you get to
Stop
dealing
it,
with a
please.
difficult defense attorney.
Now, the bullet hole into the
Is sometimes you want to fight with them
doghouse
because you
is on
can.
The
And you just want
side
to win.
facing
It's
the
not what's best for your
screenery, or is
case.
it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right, the kennel side, yes.
The what now?
The side that the kennels are on.
No, the kennel's back this way, right?
No.
Yeah, but it's on that, if you're looking at the front of the doghouse.
Okay, right. So it's
Don't
coming
cut
in
her
here.
off!
Yes.
And where's it exiting?
It goes into the doghouse and there was a dog bed in the doghouse. It goes in there.
Okay. Keep going. Now, stop right there.
The
Go back
prosecution
to-
should have given an overview of the scene to the jury at the beginning
Okay,
of
go ahead.
all of this, a good overview
So as we watch it come around,
map.
you would agree with me that the doghouse is not
You would agree.
perpendicular to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going.
Jamie, the no name calling is going to be very difficult. It's okay to say how you feel. I'm annoyed. I'm frustrated. These questions are
And
condescending.
that would be, stop it, that would be
That's
the
all
feed
fair.
room right here, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
Right.
Okay, keep going.
Thanks, your mom. I hate this assumptive. You would agree. He does that a lot. He does, and that's very common on cross-examination. I don't get as annoyed by you would
So you
agree
can see-
because it's a cross-examination tactic as I do with what if anything. What if anything
That's like a
bothers me
chicken
more?
coop right there?
I believe so.
Okay, keep going.
Dick shouldn't be having a case of the Mondays. He's getting paid a fuck ton to be an attorney, and he's had the whole weekend. Question: why can't we see the rendering? No evidence is playing live on TV. All of it is being provided for media to look at after trial, and then they can provide it out. So none of it is, and it's
And that's what
very
you get
frustrating.
at a structure that's back probably 150, 200 feet away from the
So we
kennel
can't
door.
see
Yes.
any of this.
It's got farm equipment in it.
Yes.
They're just going through the 3D rendering of the property, which again, probably helpful for the jury, and the prosecution could have put in a better overview. I think we haven't seen anything that was a really good overview.
Okay,
So
that's it. So we have, and you could take this
what is the point?
and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
If it's released, I will
On
pull it
scene,
up.
we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360
Do you want her to
degrees
answer,
this
or do you
way?
just want to hear yourself
And the
talk?
laser and the camera sync up.
You're testifying. Is there
and
a
you
question?
do a number of them,
Objection.
maybe 100 or so, and
Not-
then it knits it together
Objection.
That's right.
to get this.
yes.
Objection.
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look. This obviously has not been converted totally
Objection.
to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Object. He's just
Who ordered
testified.
this? Who said?
Is there a question?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was,
Oh,
y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when it was made, but
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the
Objection.
evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm
Objection.
really not sure.
Okay.
This is not her chain of custody.
Now, let me ask you to look at,
And that's why the prosecution might have objected
That report.
to her laying the foundation, because she's going to say, I don't know to a lot of these answers that aren't her job. But
Well,
we
let me
know
read
the
this
defense
book.
is going down this inept investigation route, and you want to cut those questions off as much as you can. So this is admitted with no foundation. So, and again, it's allowing the defense to have their narrative. And the prosecution has to see that and cut it off, and they're not. Why they're not, I don't know. But they're choosing not to at this
Okay, let
point.
me ask you.
So I don't know why the prosecution isn't objecting. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to stop letting Dick do his shit. Stop it. I don't know why they're not objecting. I'm sure they have a reason.
Any objection?
But at some point,
Let me ask you to examine these photos and see if you can identify them.
even the way he assumes it, see if you can identify these. Everything is calculated and combative.
Yes.
Let's see if you can just...
What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute.
Then why did you admit them? Have you marked them? Maybe you should mark them.
So this would be 7.
8.
This would be 8, 9, and 10.
So they're marking them as defense 8, 9, and 10. I don't know why the doghouse is factoring so heavy in here. Let me see if I can pull up
Let me also show you this photograph.
what
and
I
see if
think
you
we're
can
talking
identify.
about.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
Give me
The
1
defect would be
second.
The bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pull up. It won't let me go directly to it, which is so annoying. I'm going to pull this up real quick
Off of this, and that this is number 11.
on page 54. And I'm going to show you what
11.
doghouse they're talking about.
Right? Okay.
So they're still looking at pictures. This is the doghouse we're talking about. These are the dog kennels. This is the storage room. This is the doghouse. I don't know where the quail pens they were talking about are, but this is what they're talking
Ladies and
about.
gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break.
Oh shit!
Please do not discuss the case.
The judge is going to light in to Dick for not being prepared. Oh, it's going down. I'm yelling timber. Court has been in session for a half an hour and we've gotten nothing done. And the judge, especially after a weekend, is going to be pissed. Oh, camera, pan back to judge, pan back to judge. Let's go back to the judge. Let's go back to the judge. I'm ready to see what this judge has to say. All right, Judge Newman, bring it. Bring the action.
I'm going to give you all an opportunity to review and pre-mark exhibits, determine what you agree on and do not agree on, and we'll proceed in a few minutes.
Oh, that was very disappointing. That was horribly disappointing. That was Judge Newman. Come on, give him the what's for. He deserves the what's for. How are they not prepared for this? It's just absolutely ridiculous how they're not prepared. So this is what they've been going over this morning, and then various pictures of these things. They've been focusing a lot on the doghouse. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it goes to their theory of how things happened, but I was ready for the judge to just be like, sir, you have had the entire weekend. Why are your exhibits not in order? Why are you not ready? What is going on? I was ready for him to lay it down, and he just walked off. He was like, basically, get your shit together, and then he walked off. All right, let's go back to the live view of the courtroom. I'm going to answer some questions and turn this down so it doesn't scare the shit out of me when court comes back. I was hoping Judge Newman was going to give it to him because Judge Newman is clearly annoyed that these attorneys in this double homicide case are not ready. Not ready at all. And this isn't the technology is being squirrely. This is not having the exhibits, the physical exhibits in order, showing them to the prosecution. This is what we're admitting. This is what we're not admitting. Oh, Judge Newman. He could have gotten much spicier. He could have gotten much spicier with that. So we're going to get to some questions. I think Judge, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I think Judge Newman needs to go back and scream into a pillow. I think he's annoyed that he has to deal with this and that the jury has to deal with this. Seems like Dick thinks he can do anything with impunity. It does. But this is just, I think the judge, as he gets madder, is getting quieter. I want to yell. I'm mad. It is. I'm disappointed. I wanted the judge to yell at him. So reformed Mr. Sin, what is the big brown box in the diagram? That is a great question. That is the overhang from one of the buildings on the property. So this is all a workshop overhang. This is what's called the workshop. This is the building with the big tin roof, the red roof that we've seen in other photos. So that's what this is. Maybe we should just pull those up again. Would that be helpful since we're all here together? And clearly we've got a minute since the defense isn't, prepared what the fuck they needed to do this morning. Let's just pull it up. Pull up some of the photos we have, and then we'll go and see if there's any more photos that have been released to any of the media that is in court. We thank them for being in court every day. It's so helpful. Let's go see what... Oh, because Court TV has it on their website too. I don't know if they have any... I've not seen a lot of the property photos from Court TV, but we do have the drone footage, so maybe that will be helpful. Let's just do it ourselves, shall we? This is from Chanley Painter's Twitter. Chanley is a correspondent with Court TV. This has no audio. This is the main house. This is all the property. These are we hear multiple roads talked about. This with the tin roof here is what we're talking about with that big brown square on the diagram. When they say the diagram is not to scale, clearly not, because this is a long rectangular building, especially if the kennels again are right here. And I think last week I was like, are they over here? I think the she shed's over here and the kennels are over here. If the kennels are over here, this clearly goes much longer than it is on the diagram, but we don't have the rest of it. This is where the equipment is. So when they talk about the equipment being in like a hangar, this is where the large carport where the equipment is. And that is the end of the drone footage that was admitted into evidence. So that is that. We are going to go to the other photos of the Moselle property, and see if we have any other photos, because there are photos from the property being listed. And I will go see if we can find some of those real quick. I had them, and then I don't know where I put the link, but I'll get them. Don't worry. It'll take me just a moment. And we'll do that while court is still out. Oh, it's here somewhere. This is not the right one. There are a lot. All right. I'm going to try to find it in a moment. We're going to keep answering questions. I love that the judge says bring the jury. I absolutely love it. Good morning. Thank you, KS Girl Friday. I'm ready to start the day at work, have coffee, have you in my ear, and go Chiefs. I do not condone confirm, affirm, or speak to anyone else's fandom. I will always let you fandom. I am just not saying I'm co-signing any fandom. I'm not getting into the middle of the sports ball. Go sports ball. Thank you for all your hard work. You are welcome. I have now found the proper photos. Sir, much too early. Yeah, it's so early for this. It's so early for this. All right, let's get to the realty photos. And again, these are for the purposes of sale, not for the purposes of crime scene, but it gives us a good overview of this 1,700 acre property. So we're going to go through it. That's the main house, the gravel drive to the main house. I don't know which field was the field where the sunflowers were supposed to be. They factored heavy into it. Again, main house. This is now the outbuildings we'll be talking about. We can see the groves of trees here, and this is the grouping of buildings that we are particularly interested in out here. So equipment getting parked, kennels, and then this main hangar area, and we'll be able to see where that small doghouse is in relation to that big hangar area with the red tin roof, and then we'll see where the storage room and dog kennels are the best that we can. Again, this will be more clear for the jury because they will have photos that are made for this. So we've got, a deer blind and water, another view of the home, another view of the fields, and then we've got the buildings that are to our interest over here. And again, there are two ways out of this property. There's a way that goes back past the kennels and then the way that goes out the front gate. Apparently, when you go back past the kennels, the mailbox is out past the kennels, not down that main drive. This is that red tin roof building. This is where the vehicles and equipment is parked. This is in that area with the kennels. We're going to have to zoom. Another deer blind. So when he said that he had cameras on the property, but only where the deer blinds are, that's where they are. And I saw some comments like, well, who cares about the deer? They do. It's a hunting property. They care way more about the deer being on camera than they care about much else out at this property. No, it includes the overhang, but it's not to scale. Because in this, it says right here, workshop overhang, but this is not to scale at all. So it gives you measurements, but it's not to scale. Let's see. Knowing what happened on that property, would you want to buy it? I don't know. I think somebody would. I really do. There is a picture that shows the doghouse. Does anyone know where the photo is on? We're going to find it. So there is the doghouse here at the back of the property. These are the kennels there. This is the physical building of the workshop. This is the shed overhang. So this is the doghouse that is right here. So we'd have to reorient things around that way so that you see the doghouse. It sounds like we've got audio. We're going to go through these just real quick. So this is calling court to order. Are we ready to bring the action, Your Honor?
Do y'all want to introduce any exhibits without objection?
I think all except one of the, no objection.
No objections, Your Honor.
What are the exhibit numbers?
So
He's like the most
1 minute,
patient
you're still
high school
marking.
teacher ever. Wait, you're still marking? Sir. He's looking at his court clerk like I have never in my life. I'm here for Judge Newman's sass. May I request a yodeling Sir Dick pickled to start court proceedings? We might have to get to the yodeling pickle soon. We might have to get to the yodeling pickle soon. Hugh is in Amsterdam with decaf coffee. Not everyone can do caffeine. I do a tankard of caffeine. I love that he said bring the jury. I hate the way his team speaks to professional women. As a professional woman, P.S. Love you, Emily. I hear you. I think the jury will see it. FYI, WGN News Chicago has 3 courtroom views. Good to know. Does Dick act unorganized as a way to control the court? It's possible. It's possible that he really is just truly this disorganized. I don't know how his team is not prepared for this witness, because normally what you would expect to see is kind of your list or bullet points of questions and then all the exhibits that you want to mark. Are they focusing in on Nancy Grace being in the courtroom?
No, it's two separate.
Did anyone hang a sign to tell Nancy to go away, though? That's what I want to know. Maybe Dick thinks he's in the state Senate and not court. He does act like he's got all the time in the world. Question, I have seen discourse online about how this trial reflects privilege showing versus an average person getting tried for the same thing. And it seems discouraging to see. What are your thoughts? Psychedelic Yoda, that is a conversation for a much longer break. But I will say that Alec has been given quite a lot of grace in this courtroom, though I will also say I've heard from those that are local that the court tends to be very compassionate to those in custody on trial and allows them to have candy and to do the things in this courtroom that Alec is being allowed to do. So it might just be the courtroom. I think the police investigation shows how much deference was given to Alec Murdaugh because of who he is. I think we see a lot of that in the investigation, definitely not the rush to judgment his defense attorney talks about. Can the judge yeet Poot? No. No, he can't. And the judge will kind of go out of his way to let the defense do some things, because what you don't want is the defense appealing that the judge rushed them and that the judge, violated the defendant's rights. You can see how annoyed the judge is, but the defendant is the one with the constitutional rights in this courtroom that the judge doesn't want to raise appealable issues for. So is the judge being more patient than he might otherwise have been? Maybe. Does this look terrible in front of a jury? I think so. Like, it's a double homicide, man. Get it together. The judge isn't angry. He's just disappointed. He really is. I'm here for the judge yelling at Poot. I'm waiting for it. It would have to be outside the presence of the jury. Thanks, EDB, for all you do and being here for Monday morning. I mean, of course, but also fuck Mondays, because for fuck's sake, it's too early and cold in Fort Worth for this crap. Dick, stop playing stupid. We all know you're not. That's part of it, right? How are we not? He should have, and you saw the prosecution have them. The court staff is not your staff, Dick. The prosecution had stickers ready to mark their exhibits. They had a whole roll to mark their exhibits. Why doesn't the defense? This is not the job of the court staff to get your shit together.
19, 20, 21, 22.
They don't work for you.
24, 25, 26, 27.
Chrissy, your spiciness makes me feel better about my frustration.
Without objection.
I'm frustrated too. I mean, there were moments where we had pauses in Depp Heard where we were like, "Ugh," but not like this.
Took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture.
Dick's antics remind me of Michael Scott teaching CPR.
Of the quail. Cage.
Why, Nancy? Why? I think it's funny that they zoomed in on Nancy Grace being in the courtroom. They're probably not going to zoom in on Shanley Painter, who is a contributor to their competitor Court TV. But I think it's kind of funny. I don't know why. I don't know when Nancy showed up. I'm assuming today.
First of all, I'll show you.
So she
Exhibit
probably has a
number
folding
20,
table out front of the courtroom.
Which is Worley, page 7. If you could put that up on the screen.
Where do I find your coverage of week 1? On my Quick Bits channel, since Dick has still not found
I
a
do.
question with both
And what
hands
is
and his
that?
feet.
It's one of the diagrams that I created,
And that's
And what's the
listed down
diagram
below.
of?
that quail cage.
Okay.
So Quick Bits.
Now,
If you just put in Quick Bits or Emily D. Baker Quick Bits on YouTube, you'll find that channel. And it's the latest video on that channel.
okay.
We do
That
need a
sketch,
screaming goat.
And that
Are the
sketch
cats in here? The cats aren't in here. Now that the cats aren't in here, I can screaming goat. They hate Vincent Van Gogh. I'll warn y'all so your pets
it says
can be warned.
defect interior side of cage, defect interior side wall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right,
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
that's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did
What,
it
if
come
anything?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J.
They put those in
all the way
humans,
through
too.
to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
from? Okay, and let me see, I know I have a picture of that here somewhere.
It was one of the most disturbing things I was not prepared for when I was at the coroner's office was the trajectory rods during the autopsy. I was not mentally or emotionally prepared for that.
Is that a picture of that rod?
One of the many pictures, yes.
She's like,
No,
that
but I
doesn't.
mean, does that picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be 2019.
So we know that the bullet traveled from the exterior to the interior. Oh, you're right. Sorry, y'all. There we go. Ah!
So you're telling the jury that this is
Sorry.
a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
Oh, she did. I think
That's where we're determining the angle.
he was holding it the
Upward
wrong
or
way.
downward angle.
That's
So
right.
he handed it to her
Okay,
this
now
way.
let's
She was
talk
like,
about
no, sir.
How
I
you
loved it.
determine the angle of front to back, I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean,
Back
did
to
you
front,
determine
front to back.
the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the...
It's not a wound in a building.
Go back to Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this
Good
side,
morning, passenger shipping.
correct?
Yes,
Yes.
they are.
Now, the feed room,
Not prepared.
you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
Where are the
Matter of
different
fact,
doghouse?
This side
The doghouse and the dog
faces
kennels are two
the
different
feed room,
things.
correct?
I believe so, yes.
It was
Now, did you
absolutely a subtle
determine,
reestablishment of
and
you're
I can
holding
walk
that
through all
wrong,
the
boo-boo, and
technical
I loved
things
it.
you did, but did you ultimately determine the angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance hole over here to that side? That is, is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal
He can't stop. He can't stop.
entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod
My
through it,
paralegal studies,
what did it tell you about
litigation prof would have
the
our throat if we
angle
sent an
as
attorney in the
opposed to
cross
that
as unprepared as poop.
flat
Yeah.
area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure, though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
I would have to stand in front of it.
Picture.
I would too.
It's worth 1,000 words.
I have no idea. If I'm the defendant this morning, I'm also frustrated. Because again, when I've talked about trial folders, you normally have your banker's box full of folders
So,
for each
refresh your
witness,
memory.
or a binder
Yes.
for each witness
And
with
so,
everything you need for that witness. It's a lot of paper.
Let me, could you put
Creighton's just texting people. Can you believe this shit? Are you watching? Are you watching? I would be texting the rest of the office. You see what he's doing? I'm teasing. He's probably actually lining up witnesses and doing work things. It is like pulling teeth, and it's such bullshit because he was like, after that riveting day on Friday, well, Dick, you're not exactly fascinating at the moment as we're plodding through whatever is
happening. Put that rod
happening.
through, and then you put a protractor up against it, and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees
I think
from
he's gonna get there.
From flat or... I don't know.
From the where the bullet went in the wall, from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
Okay, and let me show you KNWL2007.
They're talking about what she called a flight rod or a trajectory rod. It's a rod they put through the bullet hole to measure which way the bullet hole goes. Because if it goes straight through a thing, then it'll go straight through. But if the bullet is traveling up or down, the rod will
You don't
track
strike
the
that, I don't need-
trajectory.
Well, that's it, but
of
that
the bullet
depicts
travel, so
that
you can
rod you put
visualize
from the
it.
exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet,
Approximately, yes.
approximately, okay? And it's 41 degrees from,
And then you have to
Neutral.
determine if the bullet's coming
Yes.
in or if the bullet's going out.
I mean, it'd be, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went
Zoilo,
into,
I'm not
it would
going.
be
Grapes are a brunch food.
41 degrees would be over here.
Yes.
The prosecutor's
So,
face is just like,
that
what is
side-
happening? Same. That face is all of
Okay.
us.
And
Same.
so, and I see from that picture we showed a moment ago, you used a protractor, just like this one, maybe similar to this one, to determine that angle, right?
That's right.
When's the last time any of
Basically, you
y'all
just,
used a protractor?
You take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on where the
She's like,
defect
well,
is.
that's not
yes.
exactly
Where the
right.
defect, where the bullet hole is.
Right.
Okay. Now, did you do the same thing for the dog pen, a dog house?
Yes, we did.
And let me walk you through a couple of those pictures.
Great. What is the point?
Let's go to page 6 of 8 of her report.
Did he say let's go over page 6 of 8
Is
of
that
her
something you
report?
prepared?
It is.
It's her report. It's your report.
So if we look at this, could you zoom in just a little bit for me, please?
Oh, I get it, passenger shaming. I get it.
And here we go.
I get it.
So defect 1 is the entrance hole.
It's defect I, yes.
I'm sorry?
Defect I.
Okay, Elspeth,
Okay.
very, very
and
fair
defect
point.
H is what?
Engineers, I
We
imagine.
weren't sure if it was a defect. It didn't go through the wall, but we marked it.
Did you have anything that went all the way through?
Just I.
Just I.
They marked it in an abundance
But
of
you
caution.
also stuck a rod in that, correct?
Yes, we did.
And what was and the dog, this
Much more full.
side of the
This whole back of the courtroom was empty last
doghouse
week. It is
would
much
be
fuller today.
the side facing the kennels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the angle, entrance angle on that? You put a rod through and measured, just like you did before, with the
She's
protractor.
correcting him some, I
And
think.
what was the angle on that?
The horizontal angle was approximately 84 degrees.
So
I think
84 degrees.
They probably don't understand what the point is yet.
Now, the side the bullet went in was facing the dog pens.
Yes.
And as we see from the photos, approximately, I mean, again, it's just guesswork, but not square with the dog pens, a little bit further to, if you're standing in the
Let's
feed
not
room,
guess.
if you're looking at the dog house, it would be a little bit to your left, correct?
That's right.
And then this trajectory into the doghouse is 84 degrees, which means it's coming, if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
So I wonder if they're
Let me have
getting
you
to
do
those
this for
bullets are not coming from the feed room, but are coming
if
from
I
around
had
the
a
other way.
sketch, your sketch of the doghouse and the quail cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down
He's going a long way to
that
get at what angle those
protractor
bullets went
on the
in
side where
to the
the bullet
doghouse
went in.
from.
it's pretty easy to identify in your sketch,
Right.
and went to, what was the first one, how many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
41.
Was 41 degrees. 41 degrees.
One of my-
41 degrees.
one of my favorite Dave Matthews Band
On your
songs.
sketch.
41 and 84 is
You
where
could
we're
follow
at.
the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
I haven't
Yes.
even finished my
Do the
coffee
same
yet
thing
and I'm
on the
following along.
doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
For real, I'm confused. What are we talking about? We seem to be talking about the trajectory of bullets that hit the exterior building, the doghouse. So the doghouse they are talking about is this doghouse. This is the storage room that's also being called the feed room. This is the red tin roof building that has the workroom. This is the doghouse they're talking about. I don't know where the other cage they're talking about is. It's not on this. So this is where we're talking about. And then we've got, he's trying to talk about what's between here and here, I think. But it's very hard to tell without demonstratives. If we could see that demonstrative, it would be super helpful. But that looks like the one that we just talked about. Oh, that is the one we just talked about. That's the same demonstrative we're chatting about. So at least now we'll be able to get a good idea of what they're talking about because we have that. You don't see where I point. My cursor shouldn't be off.
Yes.
It just looks small. It's here.
How about do me a favor and keep track of what the different angles are? Because I'll never remember when you get down here.
Though it's not showing on screen exactly where I'm
So,
pointing, which is odd. That's odd. I'll have to
you
figure
step
that
down,
out.
please.
Because I am pointing on my screen at Alec Murdaugh's face, and it is pointing well over there. If I put this on the witness stand, it is showing well over to the side. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know why it's off. I don't know why it's so shifted. Sorry about that. I can't tell.
Is the doghouse on this?
So, the exhibit they're talking about
I'm looking at it upside
is this exhibit. This is
Okay,
the exhibit
so-
they're discussing. The doghouse. I'm going to try to do
If
this
you-
way. The doghouse is up here.
down. Does protractor work for you?
The storage room, feeder room is here.
It's got a little thing.
This is the exhibit that's blown up in court right now.
Okay, if you take it, and let's go from the quail, oh, here it is, small animal cage. And the projectile came in on this side over here, correct? Okay, so if you'll come over here for me, please. And put the put the protractor, against the. there
This
you go.
isn't to
And how
scale,
many
so
degrees did that go?
objection to this
Put that on 41
demonstrative.
degrees.
This is not to scale, so where are we going with this? How do judges learn such patience? I don't know. But when people are like, Emily, you should be a
Take
judge.
that line
No,
out for me, please.
no, I
Is there a way
shouldn't.
for you to draw that?
I'd be
Pretty
losing my
fine.
mind. The jury would be able to see frogs hopping out of my head. I'd be so mad. And that is not fair and just.
Okay, I'm going to hold this down if you'll draw that line for me, please.
Why are we marking demonstratives on a non-to-scale item, and why are we allowing this to happen?
Okay.
All right.
Let's go to the dog house. What was the degrees on that?
84.
Okay, 84 degrees.
I mean, hopefully we'll get a picture at the end of the day.
Okay. And how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the dog house?
Sure. Yeah, I could never. The patience that this
I
requires.
can get it. Okay. Now,
I'm also
I'll take that
bored.
easier now.
I want to know the point. Like, tell me the point and then walk backwards. So you're saying the bullet must have come from this location and then
I'll
walk
make you
backwards
step
from
over
there
there
and
for
tell
a
me
second.
how you got there.
oh,
Turn it around. Turn it around. What in the hell is oh, good.
put
Can you
that up
just,
there.
when I talk about courtrooms that have different
Now-
technological advancements, you guys have gotten the gamut from Virginia's incredible courtroom with all of the tech to this is the way I used to try cases in
So,
LA.
correct me if I'm wrong,
She will.
but if you look at the photographs and you look
His back's
at
to the jury, which is a bit off-putting to me right now. Because his back is
feed room
directly
door
to
is
the
approximately
jury.
right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please?
I wish I could split screen it for you, but
And
I'll
the
pull it up
trajectory-
later.
On both these shots, so let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feet room?
Doesn't appear to us, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out, are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right?
Here somewhere?
Well, I think a little bit further up than that, but even maybe beyond that.
You're not
One of
testifying.
the shots fired by that AR, blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the shooter was within that line.
But that line is way away from the.
She
front.
just said, "I can't tell
And this
you."
one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door. So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think, not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
I believe so.
Okay. Now, the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct? Okay. Now, you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just were misses?
I submitted it to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night.
She said
Oh,
that
so
the
you had
night
these
of.
measurements.
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than
In the trees?
the doghouse.
We're going
or
with there's someone in the trees?
Small animal cage, right?
Right.
Okay. He's
But
got it
doesn't this
ranged out.
indicate to you there were 2 shooters?
That's his job.
There was a shooter up here.
There you
and a
go.
shooter down here. Is it a possibility? Let me say this. Is it a possibility?
There you go, chat.
That there are 2 shooters, based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement to me.
Movement from here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct? One explanation would be 2 shooters.
She said it looks like movement.
I'm sorry?
I
Yes?
wasn't there when it
No. But one explanation of this
No.
data would be 2 shooters.
Let her sit
One
down.
explanation.
Stand your ground.
Not
This is
the
so awkward.
One.
not the only one.
Yeah, not the only one, but it is a reasonable explanation.
She
just
didn't
like
say that.
One shooter running up that way, correct?
Sure.
So one of the reasonable explanations is there are 2 people there. There are 2
You're
guns
arguing.
there. One's a shotgun, one's an AR.
Objection. He's
And
arguing.
you now see that
There's
that
no
AR
question.
being shot from way up here, correct?
I can't say that, no. It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen yards from the feed room, if you follow it straight up.
I don't know where they were within that line.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul, and
He's
that's the lookout.
testified.
Maggie surprised them. They thought she was gone.
I have no idea.
Reasonable though, right? Right?
I have no idea. I wasn't-
That's calling for a
I know
legal
you weren't there, but
conclusion.
none of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is 2 shooters. One explanation.
One.
Right. And a number of them. I'd like to offer this into evidence.
That calls for a legal conclusion. I'm surprised it didn't ring a single
Hey,
objection.
it's not to scale.
Very surprised.
Talk to the court, and I'll be to
I'm
it.
sorry. Your Honor, I'm offering this into evidence.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm very surprised that that was all allowed to just go down. Very, very surprised. So what the defense has done now is use this witness to say, it's reasonable. It's reasonable that there's 2 shooters. See, this trajectory could go all the way up into the trees or all the way down there. And the prosecution must not be worried about it because they just let it all happen. So, all right, go for it. But this witness can't testify that it's a reasonable explanation because remember, what he is trying to prove is reasonable doubt. And he's going to say, you heard from Special Agent Worley that it's reasonable that there are 2 shooters. This agent could have said it's unlikely, which she kind of did, but you could barely hear her because Harpootlian was blocking her and yelling in the direction of the jury. It was very interesting to see. So, he has now used this witness to say it's reasonable that there was somebody, a sniper in the trees. And it's going to be hard for the prosecution, I think, to walk that back because the special agent CSI has said it's possible. But his question is what's going to stick in their mind. But her drawing was not to scale. Exactly. And there was no objections about that. The time to fight this fight is not an argument. The time, did that just say, hey, pork chop? That's hilarious. God, these
Doghouse.
closed
Shot.
captions. Hey, pork chop. That's this trial's muffin man.
You testified it was
She said
80-something degrees, right?
84.
84 degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
84.
At 84.
So this is not to scale. That tactic is to make her question herself, by the way. He's going over her desk, not 90, to see if she'll stand her ground. This is part of the game.
Beg the fortune, look at these exhibits for 1 second.
No! You've had all the time in the world. Anita, this is why the prosecution, this is a great point. This is why the prosecution should have said something. They're going to talk about the stippling. And maybe that's why they didn't object, because they think it'll override. But Dick's questions will fester in the mind of the jury until they bring in the medical
let me show
examiner.
you
Maybe that's this
defense exhibit.
afternoon, where the medical examiner will say they were close at
19,
shot range, close range, they're stippling. They
22.
couldn't have been somebody in the
Are these
trees.
the actual protractor
But they could have fought for that more.
measurements you did that?
I think they could have
Of
fought for
the
that
animal
more.
cage.
Okay, both of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay.
Because yes.
And did you do the same measurements?
Because yes, the stippling will tell you a lot about where these victims were shot from and where the bullets were going. This witness doesn't know that. And yes, they can clean that up on redirect, and maybe that's the goal here. Instead of getting into a protracted fight with Dick and letting him just continue to talk, maybe they just clean it
On
up.
the,
Oh, there's Vinnie
Doghouse.
Politan from Court TV.
Yes.
what does that indicate?
I like the hoodie. I like the hoodie a lot, actually.
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Can't really.
I get to be in my fuzzy slippers and not sitting on hard benches in court, and I'm kind of living. So thank you all for being here with
80
me.
something.
Do the YouTube things,
Okay.
so I don't feel like the
You
FOMO
have
that I
in
need
your
to fly to
notes- let me
South
see what you have in your
Carolina,
notes
which
you
I'm not
recorded.
going to do, because I want to be here and do this with y'all. Has Poop put the prosecution to sleep? Possibly. I like Vinny too.
And that's, where's your,
I think it was my third or fourth
full
Court TV
report?
appearance when Vinny finally called me
This
Emily
is
D. Baker.
all the notes.
And I got a lot of
Yeah, I'm
texts
looking
saying
for
he
the sketch
finally remembered the D, which I thought was hilarious. Oh yeah, huge yawns. The court, the people in the court are not understanding what his point is. His point was all that work to get to, it's reasonable. It's a reasonable explanation that there's two shooters. That's what the entire morning, it is 9:45
What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Central, 10:45 in the east. Court started at 9:30. It
not
took
sure
till
why that says
10:45 to get to
I'm
one
sorry?
point.
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
Oh, you're definitely fun to be with. I want to be
But
at
you
home.
wrote down, your official report said 96 degrees.
Comfy close.
My notes said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just... The notes were taken at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
I'm curious as to what the discrepancy is between 84 degrees and 96 degrees. I appreciate that this witness is not flustered, is not backing down, is not changing tack. Things do sometimes get marked wrong, and that can be explained. But again, the defense's theory is incompetent investigation.
To a different area. Let me say this to you. Based on your calculations,
Ask a
both
question.
of those shots came well to the right, if you're facing the feed room, well to the right of where the feed room is, correct?
Not what she said.
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some
Thanks,
concise,
y'all.
you're a criminalist.
I didn't
You
know
would
that.
agree with me that they did not come from the feed room, or the
Right.
vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room,
The
correct?
chat is so smart.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that, of course.
Really? You
So
promise?
let's talk a little bit about footprints.
These are things I don't know.
Okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report,
Thanks
correct me if I'm
all.
wrong, that you were unable to identify,
Lawyers don't math.
either exclude or include, a number of different footprints
Chat's bay.
in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry.
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
Well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute.
Well, what are you talking about
But
then, Muffin?
When you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized by a number of different agencies, including the FBI? What's that process?
Place a scale, and preferably an L scale.
She can't
around the
testify to the
impression
FBI's procedure
and
unless she's been trained by the
document
FBI.
it with the camera parallel to the surface, so you get a straight-on shot. Put the camera in RAW settings, so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take
I think the prosecution doesn't care.
a general photograph of the impression, right?
Yes.
Yes.
What is the process to take a picture?
Doesn't
is what
matter
they're
what
going
angle.
through. Did you
Doesn't
just
matter
call
what
him
the lighting
Muffin?
is at that
Yes.
point, correct?
If you're just documenting
You're
that
just
it's there.
documenting.
I did.
But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint.
Yes, you're right. It needs to be
for
pork chop
forensic
now.
analysis later
Pork chop
on,
for the politician.
compared to a known shoe, you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two, you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because
If it doesn't destroy other
you need
evidence.
to understand how big or how small the foot is and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like
He's
a little
testifying.
ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some
Not
idea what
necessarily. Sometimes
an
it's
inch
a
looks like,
right angle.
what 2 inches look like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with, again, with good lighting, so that you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight-on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was
He
that
is.
done
He's
on
gonna try to
any-
get you they did it
any
wrong.
of the impressions that y'all analyzed?
No, we didn't recognize on scene,
I'm sorry?
that there was footwear.
You didn't recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear impressions in the room.
Well, that brings up another topic.
Oh, good.
There was what appeared to may have been a footwear impression on Maggie's calf, correct?
I couldn't say that was a footwear impression, just an impression,
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt,
Yes,
or mud, one. And so, once her body was removed from the scene, that examination could never be done, correct?
that's right.
As a matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
Not physically,
Right. We couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
right.
So the procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay.
Didn't see.
But
They
since it
didn't see
wasn't
it.
documented properly, we
That's what
can't
they're saying. They
include
didn't
or
see it.
exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
She's been
By who?
qualified as an
Well,
expert.
within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED.
She
but
was
you-
qualified as
not
an expert on
peer-reviewed
Friday.
or-
Oh, yes, I am peer reviewed.
By somebody at SLED.
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right,
And yet, we know in their bloody, so he's already been shot.
right.
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest, and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, it was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went
Okay.
through the back window and embedded in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
Right.
And then I think some of it embedded in a tree back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards, bloody footprints. Has anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
No?
You're
Were the
assuming.
footprints smudged as if he was turning?
You're assuming he's faced away from where
There
he
was
was shot.
blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
Well, we also know that a second
Paul's
shot,
footprints.
literally,
Interesting.
his head exploded, his brain flew out.
Dick!
We know there's hair.
That's
and
the
blood
second
over
shot.
The door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his
Is
skull
there a question?
to the ceiling and around him. Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical organs. He would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast.
Is there a
to the
question?
chest. But the second shot,
She can't know that.
as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
Oh,
It was
God.
beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was beside his left leg,
Do you
yes.
see how much
And
he
his feet are
bloviated to
just-
get to a very
One of them is just inside the
concise
feet room
question?
and the other's not.
Yes,
And they're letting him
And
do
he's
it.
face down.
right.
So some of those
So,
bloody footprints were
You
Paul's
can't explain how he got
shoes.
shot in the front when he's, at some point, soon thereafter, is facing backwards.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot. The
Medical
second
examiner.
shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, I mean the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
Has anyone from SLED
Some of
briefed
this
you
will
on
get
after you identified those
dealt
footprints?
No,
with
They
the
didn't ask for any explanation?
medical examiner.
not for me, no.
That's not her job.
Okay, and you would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, that most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, I was able to do a comparison with.
She would not
and they were
agree.
mostly Paul's shoes.
She does not agree. The bloody
Other than
footprints
those
were
two?
mostly Paul's.
There was one right inside the door. There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least two by marker one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those
She's not done.
bloody footprints
She was still
initially
speaking.
identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
She's been
Yes.
very
in the
attentive
field,
Right.
in blood.
to very difficult questions.
Is that preservation of the scene that your standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
They
Do we
need to
know what
secure the
other
scene.
evidence they may have destroyed?
That
I have no idea.
calls for speculation.
Right, we don't.
Why
Now,
isn't she objecting to calls for speculation? And he's again commenting. He's like, that's right, you don't. No question, just commentary, which is improper. However, the judge isn't going to jump in. That is the job of the prosecutor, to jump in and say, Your Honor, move to strike. That's just commentary, and get the judge to check him again, because he is just running commentary, which he can't. High hopes. What is the D in Emily D. Baker's name? Dill.
Have you seen this
It's
photograph?
Dill.
before? Can you identify it?
Emily Dill Baker.
Not one that we took.
Thank you for
But does it
asking.
appear to be in the area?
I don't know why
you've been
no one's
describing?
objecting to this. And again,
Close, yes.
she is
It's in the feed room.
on scene to collect evidence, not
So
to
you don't know
determine,
whose feet those are?
not to do a crime scene recreation. That's not her job. So when she said, I didn't perceive that there were footprints there, that's her job. Talk to her about that.
Did you check other foot impressions in the
She's
feed
also
room
the
and
shoe impression
exclude Paul?
expert.
No.
Is it really
Other
Dill?
bloody
No,
footprints
Clarissa, it's
or
not really
impressions
Dill.
In the feed room,
It's a mystery.
did you identify him as Paul's?
I
Depends
thought
on
I
the day.
accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Some days it's danger.
Okay. Now,
Sometimes I'm just putting the D in ADHD, like today.
make sure this is not already in evidence, Your Honor.
Great. Thanks. This witness has been very mindful through. I'm not
We look
surprised,
at
seeing that she's a CSI, that her
Exhibit
attention to
number
detail
2,
is
and we need
great.
to cover the screens.
But she has been on top of her, on top of this questioning and answering for a very long period of time through very difficult and wandering questions, has been calm and professional, doesn't try to figure out where he's going, and is just answering the question asked. She is a very good witness. And he is probably going to ask her a ton of questions because she is a good witness. But when you're a witness, trying to figure out the direction they're going is really difficult. You have to just answer the question in front of you. And
So,
absolutely.
We've talked about this previously,
that.
just a moment ago. I'm going to put it up here so we can blow it up.
It's Emily done with this
Okay,
shipping.
do you
yes.
recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is that the way you saw
Alex F.
Maggie
all
that
day. It's going to
night?
be
It is.
all day.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf?
Yes, Danger Floof Baker.
Right there, yep. Now, somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that could be.
I like Dorothea, thank
a
you.
Footwear impression.
Dorothea
Or it could
a
be
lot. It's a
something
great
else,
name.
correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was. So.
I'm going to grab
But
that.
you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
And this is the only photograph
the back
you
of Maggie
received that
Murdaugh's
night,
leg.
or you received ever, of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
What photograph did you use?
I'd have to refer to my notes. I wonder if they're going to try to argue that either the killer stepped on the back of Maggie's leg to hold her down before she was shot in the back of the head, or that
420.
law enforcement somehow
Okay,
stepped
put that one up,
on
and then we'll see if you can.
the deceased
Is that 420?
Miss Maggie, which I can't imagine happening ever in a million years. However, there's
Yes.
a lot of things
Okay.
that happen that I can't imagine
We'd like to
happening ever in a
offer
million years.
Photograph 420 into evidence, Your Honor.
So,
No objection, we just asked to see the photo before it's offered.
well, see it now.
submit it.
He's offering it.
Thank you. I don't have it. We'll get it. Do we have Holly, we got a hard copy of that?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute.
Why no legal
but-
objections at all? I don't
so-
know. Question, will you tell
Could
us
you
what the
come
D
down here
stands
just a
for
second?
when we get to 1 million subs? It's not hard to find, but maybe. So, it's just.
Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
So this is opening up 2 doors of argument
And it
for the
has, if
defense.
you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some.
Yes,
not
Emily
natural,
D.
but
M.B.
when I say
Baker.
unnatural, man-made, something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now,
You're
were you able
welcome.
to, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition, I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear,
Any type of footwear?
as far as any type of shoe.
Neither type of opera, neither type
I
of
wasn't able to
wraparound.
attribute it to a specific type of shoe.
Okay, now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale,
Right.
there's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you could make a comparison, correct?
There's
Def-
not.
definition wasn't
So
her
this
issue.
was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale, no matter what?
If I
Ew!
seen
Ew!
that, we would have.
But, I mean,
Somebody had.
a lot of these photographs are taken without you present, correct?
No, I was there.
You were there for that photograph.
Yes.
And did you notice the mud on her leg?
No.
It was dark in the
As
middle
you
of the
look at it
morning.
now, you agree that a better photograph taken under the procedures of SLED and the FBI and everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear, correct?
I don't know that a better photograph would have given me better results. I think I saw enough of it to know I wasn't going to be able to attribute it to a type of footwear.
This is what they need to follow up
Without
on
a
a
straight-on
reader.
shot, without a scale, without all the
Let
things
her go
recommended.
sit back down.
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression. I just called it an
Based,
impression.
but based on that photograph,
Yes.
which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not, there's no, the standards say
He's
that
arguing
is
with
not
her
within
now?
the standards, correct?
Now he's arguing.
Argumentative.
Thank you. There's the argumentative objection.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
The question is,
The question is, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
you understand the question?
Yes.
What's the answer?
It would be better to take the photograph properly with the scale.
But that wouldn't change her result, is what she said.
But you would concede this was not taken pursuant, and what you're saying is, no one appreciated the
Let
fact
her
that it
sit
was
down.
a footwear, or could be a footwear
This is
impression
so
that night.
fucking awkward.
So no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night, they didn't treat any suspected footwear
He's
according
arguing.
to procedures, correct? No scale, no multiple pictures,
Is there a
no
question?
90 degree.
The prosecution
Right.
needs to get on these objections.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take a stand.
These are asked and answered like 3 or 4 times. And at that point, he was fighting with the witness while standing next to her. If the witness has to come down off the stand, she should show what she's showing and then go back to sit down. And the prosecution should make sure that she is allowed to go back to the witness stand where she's supposed to be, instead of him standing next to this witness, fighting with her. I'm frustrated with that. Protect your witness, at least some, from that awkwardness in front of the jury.
You participate in processing
Bruh is the only
Alex's
response to
T-shirt,
this.
shorts, and shoes.
The t-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
As far as the LCD,
Yeah.
we documented the entire process from start to finish with the,
It's
starting with the
possible,
packaging
Lynn.
that the shirt was in. Took
It's
the
possible.
shirt out of the package, photographed it front and back, inside and out to show
Now we're
how it
moving
was
on to the
before we
shirt.
did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J with scale and photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Okay.
Let me show you a couple photographs.
The shirt is the white shirt he wore that night, and we're getting into that. I heard the prosecution
Can you
say
identify
something.
these, please? Doug, 19A, please.
Yes. Yes.
Is that the shirt as you saw it that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would
Oh,
agree
it's
with me?
definitely possible that the
this
jury
shirt
is getting
has-
annoyed and the prosecution's letting it
It doesn't
happen.
look like it just came back
There
from the
are
laundry. There's
points
smudges
that it went
down
too far
here
for me.
And generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean.
Yeah, okay.
This
that's
might
it.
surprise
It's not
you.
completely clean, correct?
I
Right.
object sometimes.
And then I'd
sometimes a
offer that
lot.
into evidence, Your Honor.
31.
Are we just? He doesn't see when the prosecution was admitting things. They took it
Tell
over
me
to the defense table to
what this
show
is,
him.
please.
He's just operating as
After
if
we
he's running
sprayed
the
the shirt
joint,
with LCV,
and they're letting him.
we laid it in a grid.
And I might object
to
for that reason too.
account for
just to slow
where
his roll.
on the shirt each stain was.
Because
And there seems to
he
be
needs to slow his roll.
something on the
sometimes.
bottom that looks like a handprint, does it not?
I didn't see a handprint. That was on the body cam footage where he was wiping his face with the shirt right there.
Offer this into evidence.
Okay, now I heard her say no objection.
Can I have that 19, I'm sorry, let me see what it is. What does it say at the bottom? KNM 3282. Okay, and we agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I'm trying to summary.
Objection
but I'll do it.
compound.
Okay.
Could it be something other something other than human blood?
It doesn't determine whether it's human or not.
Right. So it could be animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be detergent. Detergent oftentimes.
Not bleach, maybe.
Bleach. Okay. What about organic matter like plants?
The only two I know of really is bleach and rust.
Rust?
Right.
Okay. But there are other things that will, and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how. I don't do that part. So.
But do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
Not sure. No.
You never saw the report?
No.
No human blood found?
Sir, she
Okay,
asked
now,
and
did you test the
answered.
shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And there some presumptive, some indication it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not. I assume they did. I'm not
Did
sure.
you? Well, but you don't know.
Right.
Not her job.
Do you know did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
She knows that because she did it.
Did you do the shoes?
No.
So the shorts and the t-shirt were both treated with LCV, not the shoes. The frustration is that they didn't do everything kind of microscopic before the LCV. And once the LCV oxidizes in air, the whole thing turns purple. So it's a time-sensitive testing procedure
Take the court's indulgence 1 moment, please.
that then kind of ruins it for further testing. So that's what they're getting into. EDB, no, we should definitely not call any of the attorneys involved. No, no, no. They've got to run their game. Look, these attorneys practice in this jurisdiction. They know the rules of evidence. In every single trial I watch, I'm like, why are you doing it that way? Why are you doing this? We have to trust that they know what they're doing. It's just very frustrating. We know the prosecutor can't object. It's happened once or twice. They're letting a lot of it go, but the jury might be annoyed. They might be looking at the jury going, the jury's just like, bro, stop. And if that's the case, let him go. So they have more information than we do. It's just frustrating to watch. I love a good cross-examination. This has not been a great cross-examination. You see the cross-examination style that I prefer. It is those concise questions that build. This and then this and then this and then this and then this. Instead of 19 statements and then a question. But he's getting away with it. So he's testifying through his questions, which is kind of the point of cross-examination, is to get your theory across and then ask the witness yes, no questions. Which is not what he's doing. He's like, well, it could be this, and it could be that, and it could be this, and right? And she's just like, well, not actually. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. And we're only an hour and 38 minutes in, and I feel like we've gotten very few questions. We now know that the bloody footprints were mostly identified as Paul's own footprints, which might explain the second shot, is that he was still walking and moving after the first shot. That's chilling and horrific for me. Then we learned that no scale was put down on Maggie.
Green, I'll give you a
because they did
copy
not
of it, if she can identify it. Okay.
they
And I
did
think she
not
can.
identify that it was a
Go ahead, put it
footprint
up.
or shoe tread on the back of Maggie's leg.
Number 217.
The media in the courtroom, I don't believe, can have
Yes.
phones, so we're not going to get that until somebody steps out at a break.
Is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this picture. of
Me
that.
every day by 10 a.m.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please?
No, she doesn't. Stop yelling at her. You're missing a lane. No, I kind of do too. Mandy Matney thinks jury
So
is
the
engaged
angle-
with
this is
Coot's
the
tear down
doghouse.
of the
What's the
witnesses'
angle on
errors.
this?
Okay, I don't know if Mandy's in court, but okay, if they are, then that's good to know.
84, 83.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote
In
down
the Rittenhouse
96
trial, viewers took
in
it
the
out
report,
of
right?
hand and were calling the defense lawyers, don't do that.
Diagram of that, yes.
Right.
Let these lawyers do this
Official
thing.
report, the official.
My official notes say 84.
Yeah, Glenn, I worry about that too.
But I'm talking about what we got, I mean, we got your notes also, but in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yeah. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
We have not seen any of Maggie Murdaugh's family in court yet. I have not seen that reported on. We have not seen them in court ever. This has to be horrible for all the family involved. If the family is going with, he's being wrongly accused, imagine how awful for them that their entire family's torn apart and he's being prosecuted for it. And if the family
and
thinks
again,
he's
maybe I need
guilty,
to check you on this,
imagine
but
how horrible
the
for
angle
them
from the doghouse
that they've
you
lost
seem to
their
indicate is
family
going
members done by
still
another
to the
family
right
member.
of the dog kennels. But and let me check it out. Just one second. I'm sure you got this right.
So no, I have not seen any of Maggie Murdaugh's family in court. And I have not heard that they've been in court for any hearing at all. So I'm going to get to some questions as best that I can. And then some of them that aren't questions, I will pull up across the screen as we hopefully get back to questioning. Dick said he didn't want the blood result to come in, and now he's bringing them up. Please explain. I think he's trying to bait the process. Your Honor, give me 2 seconds here. I think he's trying to bait the...
Stand for a moment.
Y'all take a stand break. Stand break. Stand break. I think he's trying to bait the prosecution into bringing in the blood spatter expert. The blood spatter expert's a fucking mess. I spit on myself. The blood spatter expert's a mess. And the blood spatter expert could ruin the prosecution's case if they don't do it very carefully. I think he's baiting them to force their hand or try to force their hand. So that's what I think he's doing. It's smart. If Dick is doing cross, shouldn't his questions be related to direct? Yes, they should be. The arguments from the big deal are aggravating me. Yep, it's not an organized cross. Oh, that music bump was perfect. I feel like he's setting up an appeal for ineffective assistance. No, he's not ineffective. He's annoying, but he's definitely not ineffective. And defense attorneys don't try to set up appeals like that. This is not
No further
ineffective.
questions.
Direct.
We're moving on to redirect, folks. I feel like he only had limited headway there. All right.
All right, Agent Worley. Let's see.
Miguelina, if you don't mind changing the pin post to redirect of Special Agent Worley.
We saw this big
Thank you.
diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, animal cage, we're just
Nicoletta?
showing more measurements. of
Not all
where the
courtrooms
bullet
have
defects were.
technology.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Not all courtrooms have the ability to do that.
And
They've got
in
Elmos here, and
this
that's about it.
diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those? What do those indicate?
Those were 300 blackout cartridge cases.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
No, not at all.
So what does that mean if something's not to scale?
I like
It's
the
not,
cleanup so far.
Like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation of where everything was in relation to each other.
So it may not correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
Now, are you aware that there
Who
was
is standing in the
stippling
well
on the
talking
victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
during
Yes.
this testimony?
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
It's so rude.
Close gunshot. She was shot close range.
Good.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities.
This is
here.
the point of redirect. Do this and then sit down.
It's possible that people can move around,
Yes,
and it's also possible that one person could have had two guns.
that's right.
Get back to the stippling. But it's not possible for them to be shot at distance and to have
All
stippling.
right?
That's not possible. That doesn't
We
happen.
talked a lot about footprints. Let's see here.
Dick Harpootlian said in opening, "Don't hold my behavior against the defendant." He knew what was coming. We all weren't ready for how much it was coming. We all were just like, ah. I need her to clear up the stippling.
In the feed
not
room,
making
was
it
there
possible.
a bunch of bloody footprints?
A
There were.
bunch. Did she answer? Ma'am, wait till you're done flipping. It's a lot of evidence that she didn't mark.
I think it's kind of gotten
Yep, clustered.
disarray over here. If I could have a moment.
Things are a bit of disarray. Also, she shouldn't be giving that commentary either. She should say, "I beg the court's indulgence to find the exhibit," because the defense has been manhandling everything. And so it's not surprising to me that she's trying to find it. How are the subtitles ahead of the person speaking? I don't know if it's part of the feed. I don't know. I don't like how he stuck his face so close to her. I don't either. It's off-putting. Has she not answered the 8496?
So you
Is there a reason he keeps
take
asking the same
exhibit
question?
35.
He thinks he's got something with that. The prosecution has to clarify it. Is the blood spatter expert Tom Bevel? Yes. And I cover that on the Emily Show podcast from this week that's on
Are
this
those
channel and your
the
podcasting
bloody
app.
footprints in the feed room?
Two of them,
Last
yes.
week, but mess.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing like 5 sets of other bloody footprints.
No.
So, you talked about some other footprints in the feed room.
I wanna know about
Could you kind
this.
of elaborate on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
Okay. And did you determine who those footprints belong to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped in?
Your Honor, we
Objection's overruled.
Is it possible that if there were more prints in there,
It's a little leady.
that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
speculation.
Objection's overruled.
I suppose so, yes.
He opened the door for that.
And we also talked about footprints in states 194
He's going to be much quicker on the objections.
and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those footwear impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
So you didn't take any of these pictures while you were out there at the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the
I'll get to
workshop.
that when I
And
have
we
a
have
break.
no way to know when these footprints occurred.
Mike,
Right.
feel better?
Now, the defense showed us
Nowhere
a
better to be than a
picture
sick day with
of
us?
that
I have no idea, Emily. I
dirt
have
on
no
the back
idea
of Maggie Murdaugh's
where that
leg.
would be.
Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
No time limit. There's an estimation of 3 weeks, but there's no clock. We're dealing with constitutional rights in a criminal trial. So unlike a civil case, they aren't constrained the same way by this court. You do see the court asking them to move along. Do you have any further questions, and keeping them moving?
Agent Worley, if you could
I don't
please
know what
take a
the
look
defense
at
is saying.
State's
He's just
Exhibit
still
70
talking.
and 71.
Love that the prosecution was just ignoring him and is keeping moving.
Could you tell us what those are pictures of?
You can only
Pictures
keep
of
one a
the
later
front of the
date.
ATV that was parked.
Chad,
near
I'll let
Maggie's
you
body.
decide, but I'm not there yet.
Your Honor, the state removed 70 and 71 into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
Could Murdaugh have control of the prosecutors? No. The AG's office is seemingly very anti-Murdaugh. Creighton Waters does a lot of corruption cases,
if we
and so
look
this
here
seems to be
at,
his wheelhouse and his
Defense
team's
Exhibit
wheelhouse.
9,
No, they're happy to be going after him.
can you point out where the ATV was?
A lot of prosecutors' office
there
might not have brought
the
this
night of
case.
the
This is a difficult
murders?
case for them. This is not a
That
slam
photo
dunk.
was taken
This is
on
not
July
easy.
16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
under that overhang behind the doghouse.
So the overhangs where the ATVs
I'm
were.
going to publish State's Exhibit.
Oh, Rose, I'm sorry
70.
for your paw nerd. It's so hard. Losing pets is absolutely just.
Where was Maggie
hits
Murdaugh's
different.
body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Elaine didn't seem
Yes.
as calculated.
In State's Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Yes, we are back on redirect. We are back on redirect.
It appears to be biological matter. Did she test, was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Agent Worley, if you could please point out for the jury where would appear to be
I love this
biological
judge so
matter or
much.
tissue on that ATV?
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood, it could be a number of different things.
He
It's called
asked for no
speculation.
speaking
Objection
objections.
is overruled.
He's going to remind
These
counsel at lunch.
areas right here, a little there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
And that's for argument. Argue
Thank
it's a
you,
hunting
Your Honor.
cabin and biological material could come from anything. That's not for a speaking objection. The judge is going to remind him again outside the presence of the jury because the judge doesn't want to indicate to the jury in one way or another that he's fed up with the defense. He has to be very neutral because again, the judge clapping down
cross-examination.
on the defense.
Well, you would concede.
Can raise
I mean, you
appealable
saw
issues.
that. But you not, I mean, it looked like blood.
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
I have no idea what they do in those.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs?
Good answer.
Really?
How would she know?
Is that one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am
Argumentative.
now, yes.
Okay. But the night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood, didn't swab it?
No, it didn't.
As a matter of fact, there's a pool of water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Asked and answered.
Now, I'm looking at your shoe
She's like, sir,
report.
I don't know what the fuck they do in their ATVs up on their 1,700 acre hunting property. Can't relate. I don't know what they do up there. I just came out to a crime scene in the middle of the night to do my fucking job. And now I'm here.
specifically
This has
say
been a delightful way to spend 2
On a
days.
number of these, that the
Thanks.
photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to, my result was,
Some judges allow
it was
recross.
adequate enough to determine outsole design. I
I'm
couldn't,
sorry, adequate to do what?
to determine the outsole design of the impressions.
Some courts allow recross.
I wouldn't have been
some
able to
don't.
identify it.
Okay, on Paul's,
This is
the ones
based
you've
on
already
judge
said,
and
he was taking
jurisdiction.
backwards. Did you say that you had partials, and at one point
Tony,
you
I get
didn't
it.
know which way the foot was
I get it.
facing? Did you say that?
I do the
I'm not
recaps on
sure.
quick bits.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed room?
Yes.
Which ones?
Yes, Amber,
The
we don't
one
know
by the
what people
door,
do on their
like,
hunting
right
properties.
in front of the
What's the
doorway.
number of
Not
them?
us. Question, have you ever seen a witness be excused for being combative? No.
105.1.
But I've dealt with
Sorry?
really
Item
combative witnesses.
105.1.
The court normally
Facing the doorway.
threatens to hold them in contempt. And most people don't want to stay in custody overnight. So, but yes, I've seen very combative witnesses.
It says that the outsole design is consistent
We're talking about shoe
with
prints.
item 103, Paul's shoe. So you also say that the way you got scale was, in some of these were evidence markers, and then you
To be
figured
fair,
out how big the evidence
this
marker
is a
was, and that's
proper-
what you used to get to scale.
These are proper
The marker
points
and the shot shells
of
at markers 9
recross.
and 10 were measured.
talking about Paul's
That's
shoes.
Not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
Because I was asked in
And in terms
that was
of
asked in redirect.
sketch we had, you did a pretty crude sketch, but have you ever been asked by SWED or
This
the
is
Attorney
probably
General's
outside the
office
scope.
to do this trajectory analysis? that
That's
I asked
outside
you
the
to do
scope of
today?
redirect.
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
I'm not sure. We don't
SLED
necessarily
doesn't.
do that ourselves. We process crime scenes and document it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, how did you conduct this, or nobody's asked you.
No,
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's office about this?
no, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the video we showed a little while ago, of the process you all used to try to make a 3D?
Not with me, with others who rendered the Pharaoh software, the video.
They talked to people that did the Pharaoh?
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so, yes.
You know who that was and who they talked to?
No,
This
know
is
when
why
that
you
was?
stick with the scope of the
Not really,
question.
no.
She didn't need to answer any of
So
that.
they'd have a 3D
She
image
answered. She added
of
too much
the crime
information to
scene,
that answer, and now he's gonna
and you don't know when they got
latch
it or what
onto
they
it
did
like an
with it. They
alligator
never talked to you about it.
or terrier.
no.
Because now it's and the prosecution talked to somebody else. She
Thank
said,
you
"I
for
don't know."
indulgence.
She said, "I don't know." She should have answered, "That is not my job," and stuck to that, because she's like, they would have talked to somebody else. Well,
Down.
that opens the door into a world of this and this and that and that. Oh, we're moving on to another witness with Creighton. Next witness.
We go to the jury room for a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, the judge is probably going to remind, I imagine the judge will remind the defense about the talking objections, which will be interesting. All right, she is gone. She is probably exhausted. This is a good time to remind you to do the YouTube-y thing so we're not exhausted. And I know it's not Silence of the Lambs, but we could do Screaming Goat. We have a
Screaming goat. We do. Don't forget to do the YouTube-y things. The like things, the subscribe things. Maybe the subscribe things.
If you do the subscribe things, put your notifications on so you'll get notified about the afternoon streams and the streams going forward. Do not cut the audio. The judge is coming back. He has things to say. I saw it on his face. His tone was giving, I need to have a word with counsel. Don't go anywhere. He sent the jury back for a 10-minute break. I don't think he walked off the bench. Maybe he did. All right. So that witness is probably exhausted, but I could see the judge's wear on his face as well. I guess the judge has left the bench. All right, let's cut this audio and see if we have another stream that still has the court. Give me 1 second to pull up another stream, because this stream sometimes cuts to commentary and doesn't always come back right at the break. And that's not what we're giving. We're giving right back when court's back. And I want to keep an eye on, the view of the clock. so we can clock it when it comes back. All right, let's take a look again. This is what was asked about so much by the defense. It was this crime scene diagram. I've put that up on Twitter if you want to go look at it for yourself or keep a reference while they're talking about it. They've now moved on. But this diagram is what they were talking about. And the defense was trying to introduce doubt, trying to say, hey, there could be two shooters. And she's like, or one shooter with two guns. There could be somebody shooting from the trees. And while the prosecution did tie it up with the stippling, the prosecution could have gone further to make that point stick out in the minds of the jury. For all of the annoyance with the way that Harpootlian questions, he argues in his question to the jury in a way that borders on objectionable almost all the time. But he argues to the jury. They know his point. The prosecution is not leading the jury back with their questioning versus oh, they had stippling. What does that mean? It means somebody was shot at close range. So if somebody shot at close range, are they also shot from a distance? Or did all of the bullet wounds have stippling? They're going to have to tie that up when they bring on the medical examiner. I don't know if that's their next witness. If it is, I will give you all the content warnings in the world because that'll be a little more graphic. It was goat blood on the ATV UTV. They didn't test it. And I think it's fair to say for the defense to argue down the road, well, it's a hunting property. But it doesn't, anything's possible, right? And they didn't test it. Why they didn't test it, I don't know why they didn't test it, but that's the defense's argument. This was an incomplete investigation. This was not a great investigation. This was not a thorough and well done investigation. And that is part of the defense's argument here. So we'll see what happens next. Question, is physical evidence ever discarded, like after sentencing and appeals are done? They are kept for quite a while. I don't know the process of discarding evidence, but physical evidence is kept for quite a while. I don't know the process of when it's determined that can go. When I was a law clerk at the district attorney's office before I became a district attorney, I'm going to get to that in just a sec. Before I became a district attorney, the room that our offices was in was a very large storage room. It was like the size of a courtroom, a little bit bigger, but it was a bit bigger, maybe two courtrooms. It was a massive storage. So it was just rows and rows and rows of banker boxes with evidence from trials, including the O.J. Simpson trial, which was like racks and racks of evidence. And that's where we worked. It was dusty as hell in there, which was awful. I was constantly but no windows. But they kept evidence in cases like that for quite a while. So we were in evidence storage, a little office cutout. I don't even know how they got internet to us down there, but the joys of working with the government. Question, is Dick deliberately muddying, obfuscating? I can't say that word. Yes, that's his job. He is trying to establish doubt. Everything the defense is doing is trying to establish doubt. It could be this. It could be this. And go to the defense. The jury instruction says if there are two reasonable explanations, then you've got to go with the one that points away from guilt. So he's weaving in these questions that he's going to be able to argue to the jury using the language of the jury instruction. And you can see him laying it out. If there's two reasonable explanations, he's going to say it's reasonable that there's two shooters. Two shooters doesn't exclude Murdaugh, by the way. It's reasonable that somebody shot from the trees. She didn't go that far to say that. But this is him trying to build what he's going to argue in closing through the witnesses. And while you might not see him getting there, you can see it once he's like, so it's reasonable that somebody's like shooting from the trees or whatever. So Valkyrie, I know my mouth can't make that happen. So it's just, my mouth can't make it happen. Why aren't the prosecutors objecting? I don't know. They could. They have lots of room to. I don't know. He talks over the witnesses. Strategy just rude. He might be an interrupter anyway. It might be to establish control of the courtroom. It might just be a really bad habit because witnesses don't bite back on him about it because they're polite. It might be because he won't let them answer, but the prosecution should object and say the witness needs to be allowed to answer. And the prosecution can say the witnesses need to be allowed to answer. Defense sounds like Matthew McConaughey. I've seen that comment every single day of trial. Question, have you ever been a witness? Have you ever seen a witness being excused for being combative? No, normally the judge says, you need to answer the questions, and if you don't, I'll hold you in contempt and put you in custody. But I've definitely have had witnesses that don't love being there. It's not rare as a prosecutor that I have witnesses that don't want to testify, to have victims that don't want to testify. It's not strange. Can we send these two ladies a gift basket after all of this? No, they wouldn't be able to accept them. They are government employees, and generally they can't. If people want to send SLED some pizzas or something, do it in a non-harassing way, but generally they cannot accept gifts, and it would actually potentially create a situation. So I go with the like observer in all of this. We're observers. We're like a documentary film crew. I mean, not really. Legal commentator. We're observers. We're not on the field. We're not involved in the game. We're just spectators in all of this. We're not watching. We're not sending people props, questions, comments, engagement. We're just watching from afar, and we are not engaging with the subjects at all. Lynn said, Poot is making me miss Elaine. Did you ever think you would see the day? Thank you, Emily. I'm wondering why some YouTube lawyers think the defense is ahead than the prosecution. Jill, at this point, I don't love speculating on who's ahead, who's not. The defense should be ahead until the end of the prosecution's case, right? Because the presumption of innocence means the defense starts in the position where this defendant is innocent and the prosecution has to walk you towards guilt. So week one, the prosecution laid a whole lot of foundation, but didn't really move the ball down the field very far. We're not walking a long ways towards guilt in week one. We're doing a lot of foundational work. So with the presumption of innocence, I mean, it's fair to just say based on the presumption, the defense starts ahead and the prosecution has to move it forward. Did they do a lot of movement in week one? No, they did opening statements, which laid a good foundation for us. And then they laid evidentiary foundation. So I don't really put them ahead. It's kind of, I guess, I mean, I don't know. I come from the perspective of a criminal prosecutor, so it's kind of what I would expect, right? I miss this, I'm sure, but why is AM allowed to wear street clothes instead of jail gear? Almost all defendants are given the choice. I have not seen a defendant not given the choice. Defendants can choose not to wear street clothes, but I don't know if I've ever had a trial where the defendant hasn't been in street clothes and not jail gear. It is an absolute right that the defendant has. And if defendants' families can bring them clothes for them to change into before trial, a lot of public defenders' office have like a closet with wardrobe where they can bring clothes to their defendants. I've seen public defenders buy clothes for their defendants who didn't fit into the clothes that they had, whose families didn't bring them clothes. So it is generally considered necessary to show the jury, you know, defendants look different when they're in custody clothes. And so they don't want just the fact that somebody's in custody to lean towards guilty. It's like, oh, well, they're in custody, they must be guilty. You don't want that to subconsciously be in the juror's mind. So most defendants, unless they refuse, are in civilian clothes. There were days that Brooks absolutely refused and was in jail clothes. He's like, no, let them see me. It's like, all right, well, that's your choice. Defense attorneys go a long way to try to encourage defendants not to do that. I've also seen defense attorneys try to encourage their defendants to cover up any tattoos and make sure their clothes cover up tattoos, especially if those tattoos might be affiliated with any of the crimes they're doing. But I've also seen defendants go ahead and get tattoos on their face when their attorneys have tried to get them to cover it up. So people are going to do what people are going to do, and you can't control people. You can only do your best. And as defense attorneys, they can only do their best. So, Vivian, I don't think they're going to let him go. Even if he's acquitted in this case, they're not going to let him go because there is so much, there are so many other pending cases, over 100 other indictments. So even if he is acquitted on this with all the other indictments, I still don't know if he would be able to make bond to be out of custody for those. Love you, Emily. Can't watch Dick the Poot faffing around with such arrogance. It's fine. Don't ever apologize to me. There is stuff I cover that is difficult, that is triggering, that is graphic in this trial particularly. It's okay to say I need to switch off. It's all right. Don't feel bad for me. We're good. We're all good. You don't need to apologize. You need to do what's best for you. And if sometimes it's like, this is too aggravating, I need to go, it's fine. I have other content. There's some food courts. If you've never watched me cover Colin and Cuthbert, the Caterpillars, Go watch that and clear the palate because it's delightful. But it's totally okay to not engage in this. It's fine to take a break. Emily, will you be covering other cases AM is involved in? Yes. After this, I will still be covering all the financial cases because now I'm invested and I need to know what happens. Same sheet of music. He says that a lot. He says, just so we're all playing from or singing from the same sheet of music. He said it over and over. A small animal would be doing a better job right now. This morning was deeply frustrating. It was. How much is he playing this doofus? This is embarrassing. Some of it is an act because at the end, at recross, when he knows the prosecution's not going to ask questions again, did you see? It was just question. So he backs his way in. I don't know if he's like lulling the witnesses into thinking he's bubbling, but it's frustrating to watch. And then by the time we get to a recross, it's question. And that's very interesting. The jury's heavily female. They will notice Dick constantly interrupting her. I think they probably will. We have. Maybe Dick is having a case of the Mondays. Definitely. Question, are witnesses in criminal trial deposed beforehand like civil? Not necessarily. It doesn't seem like they have been. If not, why? P.S. Thank you for covering this trial and all the good work. Well, thank you so much, this girl says. No, they're not deposed. With law enforcement officers, you get a police report. You get a final report of what they've done. The defense can try to interview them. Oftentimes, law enforcement doesn't sit for other interviews. They're often not available. They're working. So no, the defense doesn't get to question them until they come up at trial. They have their reports, and that's about it. So that's common in criminal cases. The prosecution generally should interview the witnesses and go over the reports and make sure there's nothing missing. And same with the defense. It's the same with the defense witnesses. The defense witness statements will be provided to the prosecution. The prosecution can call that witness and say, hey, we'd love to have a chat. And that witness, if they answer the phone, oftentimes defense witnesses are like, no, we're good. We don't need to. Love how he questions experts as if he is one. He definitely does that. Though Dick does seem to know police procedure very, very well. And so when he's getting into police procedure, he is going to get into, did you do this by the book? Not how it's commonly done, not how it made sense on this night in the middle of the night with the rain with multiple agencies. No. What is the ideal procedure? And he's leaning into that. Why doesn't the judge say, don't do any outside research like Judge A and Judge Darrow? The judge's ending instructions had a don't look at anything about the case, but I would have to listen again to what this judge's ending instruction is because the court feeds keep cutting audio as he's dismissing the jury. So I haven't heard his whole spiel. Can a witness say, I already answered that? I don't know if they would in this case, but yes. Or say, as I previously said, it's the role of the prosecution to shut down repetitive questioning. That is the job of the prosecutor. So I want to hear what the judge has to say here, and then we'll go to our triple screen. He has a note. What's the note from? Who's the note from? Is it a note from the jury? Oh, that would be fascinating. All right, I'll go find Avery's pictures. I've been following Avery quite closely on Twitter. I'll go find them. Dick is being a great advocate for his client. He is.
A note from the jury, Your Honor.
Oh.
Will you please inform the audience that the identity of each is to remain anonymous? That's my first. Secondly, please remove or move the cart in front of the large TV.
What did the jury see? That's concerning. That's concerning to me. The jury is already, we're into week 2, day 6, and the jury is concerned about their safety.
The audience is reminded, as requested by the jury, and we've removed the cart. You may bring the jury.
You may bring the jury. He had nothing to say to the defense, which surprised me. All right, I'm going to switch feeds so we get a triple feed And then if we need to switch back to get better sound, because the sound on the triple feed is always rough. The sound on the other feeds are a little bit better. But also everybody wants to see. I mean, I do. I want to see what's going on with the defense. And I want to see what's going on in the courtroom. The jury has clearly noticed that the courtroom's more full. Will you be covering the DC lawsuits? Shauna, I'm not sure what you mean by DC lawsuits. Do we have lawsuits over the DC universe, or are we talking about Washington, DC? I'm not sure. I sincerely hope that Pork Chop is the Law Nerd RuPaul's Drag Race crossover I've been dreaming of. I love that. She's going to feel like she's been to hell and back for sure. That witness is going to be exhausted for sure. Bees on Mars said, waving to my sweetheart sister and fellow Spicy Law Nerd.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I have addressed your concerns. And you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft. So this is going to be a sled agent. You know what he's not going to ask this witness? What's so special about being a special agent? Is it Croft like Laura Croft?
Yes,
Is that how we're spelling this?
Say your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yep.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Senior Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Really?
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Baltimore County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Baltimore County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time, started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I
know it's Southern. It's just so,
transferred
the
over to
chit-chat is
SLED,
so different to me.
where I worked in the Low Country region
It's just very
in
different to me.
investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative
the
purposes,
witness
working
stand stool is weird.
homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the two deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call, do you think?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro.
Why?
And given instructions from there.
Okay.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what'd you go do to help the investigation?
Can y'all hear me?
What's the first thing you
now?
did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
Yeah, this audio's rough.
And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh?
I gained the port
evening
down a
before?
little bit.
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alec Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170,
Clueless
171, and
Fair,
172. And just generally
but I am
tell
from
me
Southern
if you
California,
recognize those particular exhibits.
So I've been saying y'all my whole life. I also listened to a lot of country music growing up, which is fair. All right, I'm very curious about what these are, and I appreciate that we're just getting right into it. Getting right into what they're talking about and who's having conversations with who. Conversations with Paul, with Maggie, with Alec. So we're going to get there. Look, we don't know what the jury
Yes, sir,
doesn't
these
know.
are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Rogan Gibson. They've not described who it is. We're all along for the ride. We're learning together with the jury. No reading ahead for the class. So we're waiting to see. We're just waiting to see what they say. So, screenshots of a cell phone. Yes. Yep. So we will see. We're going to have to learn together. Paul's best friend, if I recall from the car statement,
Evidence exhibits, states exhibits
they have to
165
remind
through 172.
the
I believe,
jury
without
of that.
objection.
They are admitted.
All right.
This might be the friend with the dog.
If I could get the Elmo up, please. Let's see how that looks.
So,
Not great, is it?
oh, I'm not shocked by the accent. The accents are great, and I love them and understand them. I'm shocked by the colloquialisms happening in
All right,
court.
I'm going to put up on the screen States Exhibit 165.
The accents aren't shocking me at all. I think they're
And
great.
is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right, and was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. And does
He's
this
going
reflect
fast.
a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
That's important.
At
Slow down,
8:40
Creighton.
p.m.
All right, and this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct,
And
sir.
how long does it reflect that call
Jesus.
was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
So 8:40 p.m.
Let's look at the next one.
4 minutes, 8 minutes, 4 minutes. He still hasn't asked. Whew.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as States Exhibit 166, and is
Creighton
this
is
another
moving
screenshot
so
that Rogan
fast.
showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
He is definitely waking up the jury, Pat. You make a great point. The jury is
I'm going to
now
show you
awake.
next what's been marked
This is timeline
as
and it's
Exhibit
important.
167 to your testimony.
But Creighton needs to take a breath.
And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications
This
with Paul Murdaugh?
timeline is important.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And were these some texts
Wait, how long was that call
between
at
the two of
8:44?
them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does. At
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m., is that correct?
That is
Rogan
correct.
And
text
can you read
Paul.
that text to the jury, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular
That's
exhibit?
chilling. For his
It's-
best
it's a
friend
little-
to be
we got glare
texting
on
with
it. I
him.
can't- It looks like 9:58 p.m.
All right, I'm going to bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that, but let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And
sir.
then the next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
Oh, that sounds much better.
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't
Wow,
responded.
yo.
Because he texted him at 8:49, and an hour later, his friend hasn't texted him back. So I'm not surprised that the text was yo, because they were in the middle of dealing with the dog. So they were in the middle of taking pictures of the
Put
dog's
up on the
tail.
screen, States Exhibit
That's interesting
168.
timeline.
Can you see that all right?
But they still haven't wrapped back around.
Yes, sir.
Special Agent, who do you understand?
And does this
Rogan to be?
reflect a number of
And Rogan could testify to this
outgoing
too.
calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it
That
does.
assumes
Can you tell the
that's
jury
not
the
evidence.
times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh
Creighton
without an
sounds
answer?
pissed.
At 9:10 p.m., there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m.,
So
there's
he's
a
calling
1-second
and
outgoing
calling and
call.
calling and calling.
And at 9:57 p.m., there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right, I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
So Paul's
All right,
cell
we're now
phone's
looking at
still
State's Exhibit
receiving
170.
signal, it sounds
Bring it
like.
up. Tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with, between Rogan, Gibson, and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick.
Thanks, Creighton. That's also commentary that's not needed, but they haven't been complaining to the defense about it. That's so fast. This is important timeline.
So it's from who?
And he is running through
Miss
it.
Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
So he's trying to find his friend. It's heartbreaking. And then he texts his mom. Like, yo,
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the time, but I can't see the top of it.
Okay.
yep, Alec definitely
Okay.
stopped
All
talking
right.
back
And
and forth. He's
who
taking notes
are
now.
these communications from?
This
on
is info
Rogan
he
Gibson's
wants too.
phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
So Alec calling Rogan.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 172. Are these additional missed calls on Rogan's phone? Or outgoing, missed calls.
Are they missed
Yes,
or
sir, it's
outgoing?
missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that.
Sorry.
Mr. Alec Murdaugh,
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alec Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan
10:21,
Gibson, is that correct?
10:24,
Yes, sir, I did.
10:25,
Without going into what he
10:30.
said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
So they took
Tell the
DNA.
jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. That with evidence tape is transported to our
911 call
lab
was at
for our lab use.
10:06 p.m.
Okay. 1 second.
So the 911 call is at 10:06 p.m. The cell phones go silent after 8:40.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this
I would
document.
have to flip pages for the exact time. But I can't because Creighton is moving so fucking fast.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used
He's
when we
running
secured the
through
buccal
this.
swab from, a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
Yes.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Buccal,
And
buccal,
whose
they're
signature
going
is
to
that
interchange
right
it.
there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
The last witness.
After you
chain
had
of
that
custody.
interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case?
They're
To assist the investigation?
they're counting on the
I
jury
went
to
back to
remember
the
who
scene
Rogan
where I
is.
briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in
Just
going to
ask,
the residence?
who is Rogan Gibson?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role or
Thank you,
to this
Candy's
team?
Life.
What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
Oh, I'm sure the jury would
I have
they
some
could ask
knowledge of
questions.
firearms.
I would.
And ammunition, and my main duty was to
Secure the firearms.
attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to
So he's the gun guy.
a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
Yes, the jury's allowed to take notes.
Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a
Prosecution.
12-gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Bear with me one second.
So this is the lead prosecutor, the Attorney General Creighton Waters, but he is running like he's late for a plane, which is wild to me. As a psychologist, I'm fascinated with how lawyers regulate themselves so they don't react to the adversarial interactions in Cross. Can you shed any light on this? Yes, but not at the moment because we're moving quick.
I'm gonna show you what
New
the
pictures are
mark
out. I will
is.
grab those on Twitter at the
160.
break.
To your
Thank you.
testimony and see if you recognize that
Yeah,
particular
it
disc.
really is moving too fast for me. I'm just like, it's a lot.
Yes, sir,
I'm
I
used to y'all,
do.
and I'm from the north of
What
Brazil.
that disc is.
It's a disc
enough.
of my body-worn camera recording
Y'all is perfect for so
from
many
the day
things.
of the house entry.
It's gender neutral.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked.
It's
as
respectful.
Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this
You can use it with
exhibit.
other words, like all y'all and all y'alls.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body-worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to
I hope so.
the investigative team, which was
I hope we'll get to
up at the
Snapchat
kennels.
today.
And then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead.
Oh,
jump ahead.
if
What were
Chanley
those
said
items
the
you
juries
ultimately
didn't have
collected out
notebooks,
there?
I mean, that can
It
vary
was
location by location.
300
Generally, jurors are allowed to take
blackout
notes.
shell casings.
I'll take a look.
Which appeared to
It
be
would be
weathered.
less
at
common
the
that they're
bottom
not
of the
allowed to take
stoop,
notes.
entered to the entrance of the what
So I can go look.
call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected
collecting the
from the weapon
casings
once
is
it's fired.
important.
It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or
On
in a
shorts.
casing.
And
On
in a
quick bets.
semi-automatic weapon, once
He's
the
slowing
bullet
down
is
a little.
fired, what happens to the casing?
He's slowing down a little.
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is
Yeet.
correct. Yes, sir.
It is yeeted.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
So yeet, yeet. So they are moving that into evidence. Joining late
don't
because bed was
object to
warm.
the
That's fair. Mine
video
was too.
of either one.
Have my coffee, and
And
the trial could be much worse.
there's one longer video that's in the House, I know 159 and 160, that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who are in the House. And so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Griffin?
yeah, that's acceptable,
All right.
as long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
He said the audio's down, so.
The judge is like, he said it would be, so
Those
we're good.
conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So they're going to play another video that we're not going to get to just yet, but they're going to play another video. So, so that's where we're going with that. To that other video getting queued up. We're not going to hear anything because there's no audio. We're not going to see anything because it's not been published to us yet. Rogan is Paul's friend. Susan, I appreciate that, though the prosecutor should have, they don't get to crowdsource. The prosecutor should have just said, and who is Rogan Gibson to this witness?
Can I get the
You interviewed him. Who do you know him to be? Yes, he will testify later, but my
laptop.
personal preference is to make sure the jury has a touch point to where we're at. Maybe it's because I'm ADHD that what happened on Friday, I might not remember what happened in that car video. If the jury's paying attention to Alec Murdaugh's body language in the video, they might have remembered Will and Wills and not Gibson. So you need to make sure that you're all singing from the same sheet of music when you're talking about witnesses. And I wish they would do that more. So DC Universe, sorry, from the UK, forgot. I have not seen anything going on with DC, but I'll look. I always like covering the stuff in the entertainment.
All right, so Special
world
Agent Croft,
space.
since we don't have audio on this, we might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening.
And for
okay?
the folks at
All right,
home,
sir.
and
All
for
right,
the
let's do
folks
that.
watching
All
at
right, what's
home.
happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that side.
He hasn't been
Stoop right
qualified
there?
as an expert yet.
Yes, sir.
So they have not qualified
What
him
was
as an
found right there,
expert.
if anything, by that stoop?
This is not the shell
300
casing
blackout
expert.
casings.
Is that what you
This
just were
is
talking
a
about?
special agent
Yes, sir, it
who's
is.
collecting the
Right there,
evidence.
huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, we'll see. Off topic,
Who is that
never off
individual right
topic.
there, do you
Love
know?
for the judge's throne is always on
Attorney
topic.
Lee Cope,
The chair's glorious.
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
And especially important if they can't take notes. Yes.
I'm gonna move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking
Rexy,
hands
but
with
how did
right
Maggie
now?
and Paul get to the kennels?
That would be
know
Attorney
yet.
Mark Ball,
We just don't know
Right,
yet.
who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What, if anything, is their relationship with Alec
Cheers,
Murdaugh?
Ariel. Good look.
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alec Murdaugh at
Were.
PMPD.
Why are the
You know
law
what Alec
partners
Murdaugh
there?
did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
Kinda.
And what does a prosecutor do?
What you were
They try
doing?
cases for the state,
Criminal cases.
criminal cases for the state, yes, sir.
Well, that's kind of leaving.
That's what he did.
That is correct.
I mean, kinda. He tried one. He had a lot of privileges, but not a lot of work. Kind of all cheese, no burger. He didn't actually prosecute. But his law partners are at the house,
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit.
it sounds like.
What's
Hello
that
from
sort of in
Nashville.
the
Hello
center
from
of the
Middle
screen
Tennessee.
right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
This guy made old-timey lawyer his entire personality. Yep. Well, and he's a senator.
What's going on right now?
Hello, Matt
Special
Bond.
Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for,
That was from earlier.
and gaining consent to search that area.
Consent, not warrant. Consent to search.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Well, that would explain why there's no search warrant return if they used consent, but they had a search warrant. You can see the audience kind of craning over to try to look at the screens. The Great Big Greek, didn't he have to leave early on Friday? Yes. And two, is it
Back
too
up
late to
real
retain
quick.
Darrell Brooks as a lawyer? Yes. Way too late. But
All right,
yes.
at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the
Don't
right,
know what the jury will
Mark
assume.
Ball in the center, and
We'll do the-
Mr. Lee
I'll take a
Cope
look for
on the
those, Marilyn.
left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back.
It's hard
turned.
for me to grab things off of
At some
Instagram and
point,
put them up on screen.
did
Email
Mark
is
Ball
better
point
because
to
my
anything?
team's checking it.
Yes,
during
sir, he
trial.
did.
And what
But
did
I
he
will look
point
for
to?
those.
A 300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
I can't pull those up on. Instagram also blocks
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of photos and DMs, so.
Then whose body cam are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
What I can pull up on my phone.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
So they are
Right.
just going through the body cams.
Right, what is Mark
No
Ball
audio.
pointing to right now?
He's pointing
So they don't have to
to
do a
the numbers
hearsay.
which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right, and is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
Not the what if
The
anything.
magazine stamped with 223.
Creighton, we're traumatized.
223, the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length.
Creighton, we can't handle a what if anything.
223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223 and which is a type of ammunition, and blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 blackout is actually approximately a
I don't
30
know
millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy and a little more stopping power than the 223.
So dear.
The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory. It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though, a 300 blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
What?
Stopping power, what does that mean? What is stopping power?
It has more
Now he's-
impact
now he's
than
bringing
the
it back.
223 round would have.
Impact. Okay. All right.
Now Creighton is arguing through his questions, though at the end when he said impact, that's a comment that's improper. The defense has done it, the prosecution's done it, everybody's done it. When he's going impact, okay, there's no
What else are
question
you looking for
pending.
right now as you look
That's
through
comment.
the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
But if both teams are getting away
Any
with it, he's going
additional
to do it too. Creighton's like, I'll
rifles
play this
capable
game
of
all day
shooting
long.
the 300 blackout, and also the any 12 gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this, did you find any other weapons that could shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
The
Did you ever
defense
find any other
did not object to this guy being
weapons
an expert or
on
not.
Alec Murdaugh's property
never
that could
qualified
shoot
him as a
300
weapons
blackouts
expert.
other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, what are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons,
Yep.
shell casings,
So they're walking through the gun
parts
room.
for the gun wall.
Okay. And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things,
Yes, sir, he was.
specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
That's a very good way to not ask what was being said, not
Did
to
you ultimately
elicit
come back and
hearsay,
collect some of those things?
but
Yes, sir, I
to
did.
say, what is he doing? These people are going to testify, the people that they're talking about in the video, but the attorney's done a very good job of asking questions to not elicit hearsay, which, again, though I get annoyed when they don't object, should be pointed out, because that is a good questioning. What is he doing? What is he showing you?
I'm gonna fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
sure
Keep this
that-
thing moving.
To keep it moving, we appreciate it. All y'all need blank is the most versatile insult ever invented. It's fair. In this case, all y'all need to sit down. Sit down at your counsel table. I just watched the docuseries on HBO over the weekend. Egads, the effery that went down. Some levels of shady
Right
stuff.
there.
There's a lot. Let's see. Did you investigate Mini for just no? I rearranged my desk.
That
I got
is
a new
an
microphone
empty
cable.
box
I will though.
with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right, did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213 and see if you recognize that item.
What's the deal with the dogs at the kennel? It
Yes,
was a
sir, I
hunting
did.
property. They had hunting
up a little
dogs,
bit.
and then one of Paul's friends had a dog that was staying there, and there was something going on with that dog. And so Paul and his friend were talking back and forth about the dog. So they were in the middle of an active conversation, sorting something out, and then Paul's phone goes silent.
This time we moved State's Exhibit 213
So
into
that's
evidence,
where
I
we
believe,
get
without
the
objection.
Snapchat videos and things like that, and that's where we have a timeline of. It's very unusual in this circumstance. They are in the middle of
sure.
dealing with something on the
See,
phone, and
yeah,
then he
I'll
stops
put it up
answering.
on
It's very
screen.
odd.
Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
It
Yes,
could
sir,
be.
it does.
I mean,
And
it
what
could
is
be a
that?
tactic.
147 grains.
All right, and tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general, when it comes to a bullet, what does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right, and this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
The friend was worried about his pawnerd, and then I think when his friend didn't answer,
Sorry.
was worried about his friend, because, you know, when you're
Yeah, no, that's
22
fine.
years old and your friend just stops answering, you're like, bro, what? Especially if your friend, as my friend group has gotten older, it takes us sometimes longer to text back. That's not unusual.
Let's go ahead and do that. Can we
But
switch the input just real quick?
If my kid
I almost switched
is
it right
not
now.
in his
Show this
like
video,
chat
please.
group responding to things, I will hear the phone ringing and they're like, "Where are you?" And he's
All
like, "I'm in the
Everybody can see
bathroom."
that, maybe if I did get it this way.
So when somebody doesn't use
And
their
that's the empty
phone
box you found
in the
gun
normal
room?
way, it definitely
Yes,
can
sir, it
raise
is.
alarms.
All right, and right there, is
We
that
will
the
never see
grains
the
that you
jury.
were talking about?
But
Yes,
from
sir,
this
it
view
is.
of
Down
the
for me, too,
courtroom,
see what I'm
here's
pointing
Creighton
at.
I can
Waters'
see you,
head
sir.
down at the
All right.
bottom. My mouse is being squirrely today. I don't know why it's being squirrely today. But from where the witness is sitting, the jury is on this side. Wait, over here. This side. My mouse is being all weird. I'm
You
gonna have to
read
figure
that
it
right
out.
there?
They are to the side of the witness and the side of the prosecutor. So the jury box
Yes,
is
sir, I
on the
can.
prosecutor's
What does
side
it
of the
say?
courtroom.
Cellier
so over
and
on. God, I don't know why my pointer's being
Looks
so
like
weird.
Bellet.
But over on this
And
side
in
of the courtroom
shorthand, when
from
your
the
people are talking about
prosecutors.
ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S and B. And then on the
We're getting a lesson on
back
ammo.
right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
Jana, I don't know.
If we go back to video, please.
Maybe he thought the friend, because this, if I recall correctly, this is the friend that lives just around the corner, like just around the way. Maybe he was hoping the friend would come by and check because his dog was there and he lives just around the corner. That's so horrible for me to think. But he left, and
For the record,
the phones weren't being answered.
Fast forwarding a little bit. Let's keep
So
this going.
maybe, and then he's not the one calling the police. He's coming back to the scene going, "What happened? Oh my God!" It's possible. It's absolutely possible. Thinking the friend would just come on over. How many people are on Team Emily? It depends on how you count.
At this particular
Could we have a meet and
time,
greet one day?
as it
Sure.
relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack or only specific shotguns?
It's a good
Only
question.
specific shotguns,
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
That was
The murder
the
weapons, a 12 gauge.
shell casings that was located at the crime scene.
Because the murder was committed with a 12 gauge. So why didn't you take all the guns? All the guns aren't relevant. It would be overbroad for the police to just grab all the guns. They need to grab 300 blackouts and 12 gauges. So I'm glad the friend didn't find them as well. I think that's horribly traumatic. I think that would be horribly traumatic. So
Who's that individual standing in the center of the screen?
That would be Mr. John Marvin
Yes.
Murdaugh.
So that's the brother.
Now, you mentioned attorneys Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in
Yes,
that
I
room
think
as
this
well.
has
Is
to be
that
very hard
correct?
for the judge.
That
I
is
talked
correct,
about this
yes, sir.
in last
And
week's
Mr. John
Emily Show
Marvin Murdaugh, is
podcast.
that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's
John
his
Marvin, the
relation to
brother.
the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that
asked
everyone that
that.
was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the
Is it
recording,
The one with
Who
the
was
shirt.
that?
all
Chris Wilson.
Oh, okay. So Chris Wilson showed up at the crime scene too. We'll talk more about Chris Wilson later. It's a lot of attorneys at a crime scene. Too many attorneys. I've never seen that many attorneys at a crime scene. But this is the next morning. This is early the next morning, and that's a lot of attorneys on scene. But he works at a law firm. It seems that he called everybody. So I'm not surprised. Seriously, was Murdaugh hosting a networking party at his family's murder scene? I don't know what he was doing, but he called everybody. He called at the Cavalry to show up, and I wonder if that was to... I hate putting this out there, but I have to wonder, is that to keep an eye on law enforcement or a show of force for law enforcement?
Just generally, what are you doing right here?
I have a question
Just
about
getting
that.
an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
I have questions about that. This almost seems gratuitous. This family owns this town. The family does own this town. They own this, kind of the low country, or did. So it's an interesting thing. So I think both, honestly, and it might be. I mean, I also don't know if it's intentional, like I'm going to call all these people to be intimidating. I think it's the way that that Murdaugh and his group have operated, that they can do what they want, that they can get away with what the average person couldn't, and that it's not even
So you're
conscious
doing something with
anymore.
your hands. What are you doing right
It's
there?
just
I'm putting
their
latex gloves on my hands.
standard operating procedure.
What is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
Charleston Amy says just Hampton, not all of the low country. Yeah, the privilege runs so deep that they don't even think about it. They're just like, oh, we've got law enforcement here, call all of the lawyers. And I don't think Alec thought that SLED would show up. I think he thought this would be handled by local police, who he knew quite well. Local police were smart enough to go, fuck that. This is a conflict. We have a whole bunch of a problem with this. And they called in SLED. So, these are investigators that don't know him as well. So. Oh, I interchange between the two. The judge has
What is that in your
interchanged between
hand
the
right
two.
there?
And in
That is a
opening,
300,
Dick
AR-15
said
chambered
both.
to 300 blackout.
Dick said Murdaugh in his opening. So I'm now going with both. I'm glad local law enforcement was like, what we're not dealing with is this good old boys club and this murder. But this is 3 suspicious deaths in. Well, the boat crash isn't suspicious. It's pretty clear what happened in the boat crash. But you've got the suspicious death of the housekeeper, the suspicious death of Stephen Smith, and then you've got the Mallory Beach boat crash, and then you get these 2 murders. So we've now got
What is that in your hand
5
right there?
murders
I kinda
connected to this
fast forwarded
family.
it.
It's not a
That
surprise
was
to me that
the
local police was like,
magazine, which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B, 147 grain,
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
so they're connecting the ammo. They're connecting the ammo to what was in the gun room. The gun room was loaded with an AR similar to the murder weapon. What's interesting is if Alec was in his gun room worried about somebody on the property that did this to his wife and child, why grab the 12-gauge shotgun if you have a loaded AR in your gun room? Why not grab the loaded AR? I have questions. So for those of you not terribly familiar with this case, Stephen Smith is a young man who was killed. The killing was suspected to be connected to this family. That was never proven. It was a very suspicious hit and run. The coroner's report didn't match. There is a lot of fuckery going on with that case, and the investigation was reopened after the murder of Maggie and Paul because of information found or reportedly found on Paul's cell phone. So the death investigation into Stephen Smith has been reopened. It was, again, reported as a hit and run. It's believed and it has been speculated that Buster and Murdaugh and his friends were involved
State's Exhibit 88.
in
I'm gonna have you take a look
that
at
murder of
that
Stephen Smith.
and see if you recognize
That family never got their questions answered. It
Go
is
ahead and
a
pull it out, just make
tragic,
sure not to point it
a
at the
tragic
jury. And if you
case.
could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
Yeah, please make sure it's not in a firing state in court.
It is safe.
All right, and what is that item right there?
This
Prosecutors
is
love
the
guns in
300
court.
blackout rifle, which I secured from the gun wall.
All right, let me see it. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 84.
Your Honor, I object on relevancy grounds. There's
What?
no evidence that this gun was the gun. I mean, it's just not relevant.
The gun's not relevant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on that gun for me, please. Special Agent
Prosecutors
Croft.
love to bring a gun into
Let's see what
court.
else is in this box.
Let's see what else is in this box. Sure, let's all do it. And the gun is rendered safe. It has the zip tie in it and all of that.
I'm going to show you the other part of State's Exhibit 88.
Prosecutors
and
love physical
That's
evidence.
marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video, and the ammunition which it contained.
All right, and what kind of ammunition is that?
Yeah, the
It's head stamp
prosecutors want the
S&B,
jury to understand what this
300
gun looks
blackout.
like.
All right. And do you know
No,
the
these are
specific
state attorneys.
brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
We
The
do.
head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was S&B 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
There's nothing that's going to be gathered off this evidence. It's already been
Let's talk a
tested.
little bit
so we
about
don't
this
need it.
firearm. What is this thing on the top
Mike
here?
W., it was believed.
That is a...
It has not been
I
proven, so
call
it's
it an
all
optic, but
speculation.
it's actually a thermal scope.
It was speculated
which
that Buster
can be
was
used
involved, not
for
Paul.
shooting in the
Paul was
dark.
involved in the death of Mallory Beach.
Okay.
Oh, not zip tie, whole like locking mechanism.
And this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell
How
the jury
much
what
does
that
this
means?
gun cost? I'm
Each
curious
press of
about
the
that.
trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here.
To go where?
So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way,
They
is
should
that
go
correct?
out that way.
To the right and generally back.
So right-handed gun. You could go each way. Since this isn't the murder weapon, is it really relevant? Sally, it's a great question. Yes, it's really relevant because the prosecution is arguing that the family had 2 of these guns and one of them is missing. So this is like the murder weapon, and it is the same caliber, same ammo that was used, and we've got the matching of the casings, so it's believed that the matching of the casings are from the missing murder weapon.
About right here?
Because they tested
Yes, sir, it
this
is.
gun.
Those
This
are the
gun didn't
SMG300s?
fire
Yes, sir, they are.
the murder weapons.
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about, is that correct?
That is correct.
Stephen Smith is a whole different case. If you want a whole rundown of all the Murdaugh family drama, I have a couple podcasts that run down that whole timeline. There's a lot of things surrounding this family, but hundreds of indictments for Alec Murdaugh that came down, but a lot of suspicious deaths that have been reopened. Wasn't one camouflage? Yes, that was the 12 gauge that was camouflage.
Return to the video, please, ma'am.
Isabel Allen, this is the tip of the iceberg, this murder case. There are hundreds of indictments, thefts from clients, admitted theft from clients, 3 other deaths other than this double homicide. It's wild. So, Candy's Life said 3 total, 300 blackout guns were purchased by Alec Murdaugh. Yes, one went missing. It was left in a car.
That is a 12 gauge
2 were left on the property.
Browning.
1 was recovered by law enforcement. 1, the suspected murder weapon, is missing. So, most firearms leave marks. We saw that hearing last week on the tool marking on the casings. The tool marking on casings around the property for 300 blackout ammo were found at the gun range on property, were found near the house on property, and were found that killed Maggie Murdaugh. So there are 3 areas where those gun casings matched up from around the property. That weapon is missing. This weapon that's in court, they test fired, and it is not the weapon based on tool marking comparison that fired the shots that killed Maggie Murdaugh. So that is where we are. That is where we're at. So that's where it is. So they are saying that the same ammo was used for the murder
Just a hair.
from a family weapon. So, was the shotgun found? Not the murder.
You collected, is that correct?
Shotguns were
Yes,
found.
sir, it is.
But I don't know if they have the murder weapon shotgun. But the shotgun that Alec Murdaugh grabbed after he found the bodies when he was on the phone with 911 when he was scared, that shotgun has Maggie Murdaugh's DNA on it. That shotgun was swabbed. How did her DNA get on it? Because that is not believed to be the murder
Before you
weapon.
open it, just give me 1 second. I'm going to get this blackout rifle out of the
unboxings.
way.
The shotgun, it was 2. The AR, it was, I'm going to have to count. With the AR, they found cartridges 2 through 7, so 6, 7. I think they found 7 cartridges from the AR. How many times Maggie was shot, I don't know. We haven't heard from the medical examiner yet. So, not inexpensive weapons. So, not inexpensive weapons. I feel like I'm watching my cousin Vinny. Same. And we haven't even gotten to the prosecutor that's a dead ringer for the prosecutor in that movie today. He was great.
Been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90, is that correct?
Dana, great question. In opening
sir.
statements,
All right.
we heard that
Could you
Maggie
open
didn't
that up
love the
and tell me
hunting
what's in that
cottage
if you
and didn't
recognize it,
hunt.
please?
She liked the beach house better, that the hunting cottage was hot, humid, and buggy. Relatable. She was staying at the beach house.
That would be the
And had been at the
Browning
beach
which I
house quite a
secured
while.
from the gun room.
All right, can you,
Some are saying that was
is it in an unfired
because
condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
some are saying that's because there were
Safe
marital
condition,
issues.
breech open.
All right, and this is chambered in
defense is
what
saying there's not.
gauge?
12 gauge.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Beautiful shotgun.
Relevancy, unless they have evidence tying
No
it to
speaking
the
objections.
murders, I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Don't thank the judge. He said that. The judge just said, you don't need to thank me. Because Dick got chewed out for thanking the judge after every objection, and now this attorney is, which now makes me believe it's actually more colloquial to the region that the attorneys are thanking the judge after the rulings. So,
Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection
no
to this
speaking
gun
objections.
and all the other guns they
There's
claim
no
to
objection pending.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, let's return to the video.
So they're going through all of the guns seized because they're going to talk about them. Shane, thank you. I appreciate it. Do the YouTube things. We've got almost 30,000 of you in here. I mean,
Video, we're good.
27,000. So go ahead and do the YouTube things. Question, can not qualifying a witness have negative repercussions? Well, this witness isn't giving any expert testimony yet, so no. It's just interesting that the defense didn't object to him giving so much information about the ammunition, but the defense didn't say anything. So if the defense doesn't object, no, it's not really a problem. You have to use it or lose it with objections. So they did have a whole gun room. So we're going to get to a lot of stuff, but they only took the 12 gauges and the 1 AR.
As you were looking through these various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it, what are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
Jenny, 370, upwards of 370,000 is the largest stream I've had. So 370,000 K. I said that to somebody and they're like, oh, 370 viewers is great. I'm like, no, not 370, 370,000. So I had to make it clear. So the ones they took were chambered in 12 gauge. This is more foundational stuff. You can't get to the casing analysis until you get all the casings in. You can't get to talking about these weapons till the weapons are in. So they're just going to bring in a whole bunch. They're just going to bring in a whole bunch of weapons. They're passing Creighton notes about something. I don't know. We're going to answer some questions while they're going through this video. Could the small talk help establish that they might know the Murdaughs or not in a roundabout way? The small talk with the attorney and the witness, I don't think so. I think it's colloquial. A lot of judges would be like,
All right, just put another gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And
See which
what
gun
about
we're
the
dealing
particular
with?
condition of that gun did you notice, if anything?
That is a 12 gauge pump and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the, to be fired.
And I've paused it at 20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That is a 12 gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and
so a
ready
lot
to
of these
fire.
guns were stored loaded.
Thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I refer to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection.
The Alex said he in the police interview at the scene that he would need to check to see if anything was missing. So I'm not giving it too much weight yet. I don't know if he would know if something was missing. And they talked about the fact that sometimes they had guns in various locations on the property. It's not as if every gun was always in the gun room lined up and you could see a missing hole. So that didn't seem odd that there would be guns elsewhere on the
Marked
property.
as State's Exhibit 91. You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's Cat K. That's very
Yes, sir, I
fair.
do.
I'm sorry that that is
That
your
is a
experience, but that is very helpful to
Benelli,
know that it is not
12 gauge.
surprising.
Thank you. Let me
We
close that
heard
back up real
Murdaugh
quick.
talking about a Benelli 12 gauge
Leave that there for a second.
in his testimony. Not in his testimony, sorry. In his, that's going to get confusing. In his interview with police, he has not testified. He may not and probably won't. So, a Southern boy knows if a gun is missing. The defense is trying to set it up that it was just, there were just guns all over. TR, the Murdaugh Murders podcast with Mandy Matney has a lot of coverage of the Stephen Smith murder. I do not have a ton of coverage on it.
So let's do this
I'm
one.
sure it's elsewhere.
This
I
is,
know
State's Exhibit 87.
one of
Try
the
this
other
Can we do
one
this
of the
while
other
knocking it over?
documentaries has more
All right,
on it.
let's try to take a look. Just real
So,
quick, don't show it to the
But
jury.
the Mandy
Tell me
Matney
if you recognize
podcast
it.
has
Yes, sir, I
a
do.
whole
All right, tell
breakdown.
me what that is.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
That's
The one
12
that's on the
gauge.
screen right now?
Yes, sir, it is.
They left the 16 gauges there. Question, do we have evidence that the cops found and guns out with the gun room? I'm guessing you're asking, do we know if the guns found guns elsewhere on the property?
Let's go ahead and take a
I don't
look
know that
and,
yet.
see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just
The
talking
HBO
about?
Max
Yes, sir,
documentary
yes.
has an
Your Honor,
entire
this time
episode
I've
about
moved
Stephen
State's Exhibit
Smith.
9 into evidence.
Good. I haven't watched that one yet.
Your Honor, objection on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime.
Stop with the speaking objections.
Cumulative.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking.
Oh,
objection.
shit!
It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms, and there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an analyst list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor.
So sit down, Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one if we can, please.
I
Is it
appreciate
not in
that the
fire
judge is like,
condition?
okay,
Fireable
counsel,
condition?
Breach
you're
is
going to
open,
do it
it's not in
again.
fireable condition.
You're going to give me a speaking objection again. Prosecution, why don't
And
you
when
now take your time and
first
lay out
got
for the
this
jury why
particular-
this
or took
matters?
this weapon off the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked
Boom.
about?
It had a
Roasted.
round that was here, ready to be chambered.
Yes,
The-
Creighton took the glasses off to argue.
Pushed forward.
Yes, I would.
Just real quick. So is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell
Don't
case is
do it.
ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Don't rack
Which way would it
it.
go out of
Creighton's
this
in court.
particular
Like,
firearm?
boom.
Go to the right.
Don't
That's
rack
understandable.
it,
Go
Creighton.
to the right?
Yes, sir.
Speaking objection is when you say more than
Just pointed out
objection
court reporter, sorry.
relevance. Objection,
All right,
hearsay,
this
is what
item was
Elaine
found
did the whole
within,
trial.
that weapon,
Objection,
is that
hearsay, blah,
correct?
blah, 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 blah. The blah, blah, blah is the speaking objection. The judge told them last week, no speaking
Yes, sir.
objections.
All right, tell me what
Objection,
that is.
and then the grounds.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5
Objection,
inch
hearsay,
shell, 2
objection,
1/4,
prejudicial,
number
objection,
7.9.
relevance, objection, then grounds, then shut the fuck up. That's not what's
Is that a
happening.
turkey leg?
Yes, sir, it is.
So.
Let's close this box up. Help me out if you would real quick.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, Creighton is just like, let's go, buddy. Mr. Waters, would you like to respond? Yes. Let me tell this jury why it's relevant. The defense had to know that was coming. They had to. Aaron K., can I stop talking over them? Nope. Sorry. I give a lot of commentary. There are multiple channels across the interwebs that are just streaming the live court feed. But with commentary, I will talk over witnesses, especially when what they're doing is marking exhibits that have been marked and marked and marked. Is there any way to link a bullet to the manufacturer's lot number on the box? They're going to be linking them to the guns that were shot. I don't know if they're going to be linking them to box. I think they're just linking them to types of ammo. So that's what it is. So yes, we talk over witnesses here, but that's because there's lots of other places to just watch the trial in its raw format, and that's fine. You can do a little bit of both. Misty asks, have you ever been in a small SoCo trial? I've been in lots of Southern California trials. I have not been in Southern County trials. I'm licensed in Southern California, and that's where I tried my cases. So all over Los Angeles County, but that's where I practiced in court. There's some big Creighton energy. There is some big Creighton energy. He was ready for it too.
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
Can the medical examiner speak in regards to the stippling? Yes, Rando from Iowa, and probably will talk about stippling quite a lot. The jury will also see pictures of it. Are all the physical pieces of evidence submitted at pretrial? No, the evidence is not submitted until they're in front of the jury.
State's 89.
The defense knows what they are,
Now let's do.
but what the
states.
prosecution
Can you tell me the number on the
chooses,
bottom of that one?
91.
91.
prosecution
All right, just
chooses
real
to
quick,
admit-
you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
is different.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me
He's
what
laying the
that is,
foundation.
please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in
So
the video.
I like the way they're walking through this. In the video, what did you take?
Your
Here
Honor,
it
at
is
this
in
time,
court.
we would move states
Video, what did
91
you
into
take?
evidence.
Here it is in court. And they are laying that foundation. Same objections. Same objections, same
All right,
answer.
Let's go ahead and again,
This
if you can.
gentleman
show
sitting
that
in
to
front
the
of
jury,
Vinny
please.
Palatan is Alex's brother, sitting next to Buster Murdaugh, Alex's son. So they're just going gun by gun by gun.
All right, thank you very much.
What'll be interested is if these guns, after admitted to evidence, are ever released back to the family members. It's a freaking armory. And no shade. I mean, it's a hunting cabin. They're allowed to have whatever they want.
I'm going to
But
show you what's inside this particular
expensive.
exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
I don't know when we'll get to the Emmy. I don't think it's going to be today. Maybe it will be.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
But I love Vinny's.
Those are two 12-gauge shells.
I
which
love
were,
I love it.
Loaded in the Benelli.
I'm here. I'm here for
security.
Vinny and the
What,
hoodie.
if anything,
I'm
can you
ready.
tell me about the type of shelves those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4.
This will become relevant because
And the
we've
head
already.
stamp on the red one is a Federal 12-gauge, 7 2.5 ounce. It's 3.5-inch Federal premium shell.
This is
Different types of
connected.
ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That is correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Connecting the types of shotgun casings to what was found at the crime scene as well. So, that. Brenda Martin in the chat asked, was Buster ever allowed back into law school? Based on the jail calls I've heard, it's my understanding that Buster had not resumed going to law school. I'm doing my yearly rewatch of Supernatural, and every
Video
time I hear
picking up at
Winchester, I
21:58.
think of Sam and Dean. Same. You can hear it. You can hear the intro music. You can hear it. Let's see. 300 Blackout is the same. He was talking about that. I don't know if it matters much for our purposes, but yes, thank you, Lavender Bones.
Did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
Melissa Love, connected to this, there are 3 other individuals that died. So this is a double homicide of the wife and son, Maggie and Paul. There's also Mallory Beach, who passed in the boat case. Paul was charged with driving the boat that night, drunk, injured others on the boat, killed Mallory Beach. He was being prosecuted for that. Dick Harpootlian was his defense attorney. I talk about that in next week's
Attorney
podcast.
Mark Ball.
So that's
Pointing in that
one.
box?
Their
Yes, sir, he is.
housekeeper, property
Pointing
manager,
about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
Manny, died on the property at Moselle after falling downstairs, tripping over the dog, allegedly. She's recently been exhumed for more investigation. And then Stephen Smith, which happened a number of years before this, but was also connected to the family.
Fast forwarding a little bit.
And that investigation has now been reopened. So, question, did you do speaking objections when you were a trial attorney? It depended on the judge. So, if the judge would allow it, yes. It's a tactic. You want the jury to know why you're objecting. Objection, Your Honor. Clearly harassing this witness. It depends on the judge. You have to know the judge. The judge has already told them to knock it off. They should knock it off. So, let's see.
We're going to talk more about this, but
Thank you,
after
Delta.
collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, thank you so much, Janie. I mean, law enforcement needs to be called out when they do shit wrong, but we also need to be able to see what it looks like when they do stuff right. We try to look at both sides of it. I think Well, we'll see. In this trial, I think you're going to get a mix of both, right? You're going to get a mix of things could have been better at the crime scene. Why didn't they search the house sooner? I think we're going to get a combination of both in this trial. Why aren't they being more careful with the guns? They just pointed it at the whole room. These guns are safety checked and then they are padlocked open. So how they're handling them in court, I don't know. It's up to this expert and how they're doing it. Yes, they should be mindful. Yes, they should keep them up, but also moving them around the courtroom to put them down and put them in and out of boxes is going to be hard. But they are checked and locked, and there is no possible way these could be loaded based on the way that they are locked, and the jury can see that.
empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
DIY project said home defense used shotgun, not AR. Shotgun equals wider spread. It's a very fair point,
For
but
the
we
record,
also
we're at
know
28
Alec is a
minutes and 59 seconds.
accomplished hunter, so we'll see. Gingy problems. My dad had a high-level emergency management job for the state, lots of law enforcement contacts. He was often called
Right
to
up
scenes he
there.
had nothing to do with because they would all
The top of the
socialize.
screen, on top of those little
That doesn't
shelves.
surprise me.
Do you know what that is?
It's like, we might need you. Come on out.
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. You can step down for me real quick. Back it up one more time.
I don't know what they're taking a look at.
That silvery thing, you know what that is?
You can see Jim Griffin being like, what the fuck is he
there.
talking about? On
Catch a good look at it, sir. It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drink. All right, keep on going if you would, please.
like a Capri Sun? Like a... Okay. It's noon. We've got it. We're close to lunch. We are close to lunch. I'm going to go through some questions that I was going to handle when we had a break. The witness is wrong in the meaning of the grains. It's the amount of gunpowder, not the weight of the projectile.
I'm just kind of fast forwarding it.
I don't know.
What's
enough
generally
to say
going
one way
on
or the
right
other.
here?
Still looking for any
That's fair.
additional weapons or ammunition.
Melanie said, California courts would never too informal, not a fan of the defense questioning or the way these attorneys handle a courtroom. It's definitely different. But again, when I say things vary by region, they vary so much by region. And I try to not put judgment on it when I say it's different to me, because this is probably their standard practice in this courtroom. Obviously, this is their standard practice.
Who's
Or the
sitting on
judge
the
will be telling
couch?
them no.
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
Here for years. Is there anything you've seen the prosecution do in this case so far, here for years, not objecting to some of Dick's lines of questioning made me go, what are we doing? But that's where we're at. Sandy said, question, why is he getting a second chance for questions? Doesn't it go direct, cross, redirect? Some jurisdictions allow for a recross after redirect. It's very limited, but some jurisdictions allow for it. This is clearly one of them, and that can vary judge by judge within a given jurisdiction. Could we ever get to see the amazing EDP in action? Maybe a moot court situation with other members of LawTube. I was in an episode of Lawyers and Dragons over on my friend Rick Hoag's channel. So you'll see a little bit of it over on that episode of Lawyers and Dragons. I don't remember exactly which episode I was in, but you get a little bit of that in me playing Dungeons and Dragons over there. EDB should have an objection button. Link to whatever court she's watching so she can object for them. I should, but also I can't see the jury. So me choosing to do that without being able to see the jury is completely irresponsible. I'm going with the legal basis here,
Bear with me.
not
I'm
the
gonna
strategy.
fast forward through
Because I
this.
can't see the jury, so I can't strategize that. If he's pissing off the jury and they're starting to look agitated, you just let it go. Unless it's egregious, you just let it go and fix it on redirect. You lean towards letting the other side frustrate the jury more. Lawyers and
For the
Dragons
record, I'm
episode
at
4. Thank you so
4708.
much. So, Dungeons and Dragons movie coming soon. We'll see. I think it's episode 4. Thanks all. I'm ready for lunch. Your Honor? Excuse me.
Excuse me, Your Honor. It's almost 1 o'clock in the east. I know we've taken some breaks, but I'm ready for chicken
See who was on
nuggets.
your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Nuggies.
Who was that?
Captain
I
Ryan
want
Neal.
them
Is that your boss at the time?
Time
Yes,
for
sir, it
lunch.
was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera
delightful.
go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you
Fixing
go
to step
outside that stoop
outside.
you showed earlier?
I love it so much.
Yes, sir, I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a 300 blackout spent shell casing.
This is the
appeared
point.
to be weathered, as if it had been there for
This is
some
the
time.
point.
Okay.
They need those
And,
casings
what, if anything, did you decide to do with
from the
that?
family gun.
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured those.
That matters.
Well, we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay.
We heard about this in opening. And in opening, what we heard was that Paul Murdaugh and his friends would stand outside of the gun room and shoot down into the field from where the gun room is. So it's not a surprise that you have those casings. We know that those casings
Been marked
match
as State's Exhibit 260 for identification at this time.
the
And,
casings found near Maggie Murdaugh's
you have to
body.
take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
So,
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Let me take them back real quick.
Your Honor, I'm ready for nuggies. Yep.
And what are these?
Those are the spent shell
It's-
casings, which
it's
I
very
picked up from
Fixin'
around the
to
stoop
is
on the
very
outside
regionally
of
specific, and I find it
4147
delightful.
Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right. And when you say that they were in weather condition, what do
Fixin'
you
to
mean
is
by
very
that?
southern specific.
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
And did
Maybe.
the helmet out, please?
Me at home. Listen, fam, I'm in court. Do not interrupt. Yes, today we're in court. It's an excuse that works. Your Honor, I can't. I'm on virtual jury
They
duty.
appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit.
Do they shine bright
No,
like a
sir.
diamond? Brandy said, I'm still fuzzy on the timeline. Was
This exhibit, without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time.
the suicide for hire before or after? It was after.
Again, if you could describe for the
It was
jury the
after.
condition of those
It was
cases
after,
when you call-
and right before he was charged.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies.
My apologies,
Again,
I
if
was
you would,
talking.
just describe for the jury what you're talking about when, about
Sorry.
these cases when you, that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as
So well after this, before he
a
was
new
arrested
casing
on
would
this.
be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the
Just go with it. You have a very bright
brand,
5-month-old
type of
clearly.
ammunition
Hello.
that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK, which is blackout.
I think that the AG's office is very invested in
Go to
this
the
case.
video if I could, please.
I do. I think the AG's office is very invested in this case. So I answered these earlier. Could the prosecution be intimidated by the defense? They shouldn't be, but anything's possible. Matt Bond, is his strategy to confuse the jury? The defense's strategy is always to confuse the jury. If they're confused, they have doubt. And if they have doubt, you can't convict. Natalie Lawyer-Chick taught me that never turn your back on the jury, ever, ever. They did a lot. Both attorneys did it. It's not just a criticism for the defense, but the defense was like blocking out the jury, talking to the witness, which is, it's just disrespectful. Truly. I'm going to try to get through some of these super chats so when we break for lunch, we can actually take lunch. Does jeopardy matter? So the question is, someone comes in and doxes the jury live. What happens? Mistrial, does jeopardy matter? Jeopardy absolutely matters. They would be prosecuted. Jeopardy matters, but if it's declared a mistrial, then the jury would just start over. A mistrial abates the jeopardy issue. So even though jeopardy is attached, a mistrial means you can retry. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Also, I think they would probably be criminally charged and arrested. I was in the kitchen when I heard Emily say, "Sir." Didn't even know it had really started. Laughed and spilled my coffee. I'm sorry, Giggle. I didn't mean to make you spill your coffee. How often does a botched crime scene
right here.
defense work?
We are
Depends how botched
locating
the crime scene
the
is.
300 shell casings.
Often, if a crime scene's really bad, charges might not be brought. You're getting a legal PA through billing day today, running on pure coffee. Huge Leonard. It is that time of the month that it's a billing day, and I am sorry. That's the worst. I hate dealing with it, which is why I
What's
don't.
Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
I've not seen law enforcement witnesses do that too much. I've seen civilian witnesses clap back more because they're like, "Excuse me, what did you say?" I've not seen law enforcement do that. I would also be surprised if law enforcement in this jurisdiction did. It's the colloquial nature of the conversations seem to be a little bit more tolerant. It's really the job of the prosecutor to shut that down or to let the attorney show themselves and be condescending. Question, did you notice when the judge is annoyed, he leans back and rocks in his chair? Yep, you can see it on his face. He's like, in my mind, when the judge does that, in my mind, this is what I hear. I hear the judge going, "Bitch." Like, that's what I hear in my head, that's what he's thinking. Probably not what he's thinking, but that's what I hear. How do you think his bumbling plays for the jury? I don't know.
That is another shell casing.
It'll
on
be
the-
interesting to see what
if you're
those in
facing
court
the door,
perceive.
or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Ones that are in this bag, State's Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand?
Nope.
and Type?
S&B 300 be okay.
We don't know if blood spatter will come in this trial. There's a lot of conversation about it. We will see. Tim Conway, old man, moves faster than Hart Bootley, and he does. I think he's probably younger. I think Creighton is younger than Dick is. It's Creighton, the prosecutor down here. D. Winchester, SOB to Dick's antics. If I were on the jury, ADHD, I'd already checked out. That was from much earlier this morning. I would have too. I get what he is doing, but if I was on jury duty, I'd be confused and bored, and that's a risk.
Just picked up.
That would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
Dick does act like
So
the
this
courtroom
bag we've been
works
talking
for
about?
him.
Yes, sir.
Question, can the jurors still work in the evenings and on weekends? It depends on their job. If that is accommodated for, it depends if they're getting paid for jury. It just depends. It just depends. They're probably exhausted when they're done. I would be exhausted. I was exhausted on Friday. It was just a tedious day. And I was tired. I'm sure y'all were tired. What, if any, is this circus I'm watching? Yep, that was cross-examination. I love a good cross-examination. Like, I'm ready for a great cross-examination. And we did not get that. Everyone can tell Puda's aging himself out of working in the courtroom. I don't know about that.
Fast forward just a little bit.
We'll see. Question, could this be a strategy to not object and just let the jury watch and be weird? Yes, it could be. Shelby said, laying on a beach in Jamaica. Turn trial off, Shelby. Go enjoy the beach. It's okay. It'll be here for replay for you. Question, did he just introduce a picture they took that wasn't part of the prosecution? How did they do this without showing chain of custody, timing, etc.? I think the defense asked this witness if she knew what it was, and the prosecution didn't object. And if it's part of the discovery that the prosecution gave to them, they probably won't object because it would look like they are stepping over their own witness. Why is Creighton so loud, abrasive, fast, and aggressive with his own witness? I have no idea. He was coming in hot. I didn't see it as aggressive, but I definitely saw it as loud and fast. It was just like, maybe it was to wake the jury up. He's slowed down quite a bit. I'm from Texas, and I'm currently
Collected all
fixing to
5
make some
cases
nuggets
that are
in
in
the air
this bag?
fryer. Me
Yes,
too.
sir, we had.
I would like lunch, and I'm gonna fix some nuggies in the air fryer too. I hear Winchester. I say Sammy. Sammy. Waiting for the grits explanation, a la my cousin Vinny. Love a Southern gentleman speak. Yes, the singing from the same sheet of music is probably my favorite. Did you treat it like it was a can of pork and beans? Was also either charming to the jury or annoying to the jury. I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny.
Go to any
But
other
also-
locations that day. What day is this right now, those videos you just
I don't even
watched?
know what day it is, Creighton.
6/8 of 21.
I don't know what day we're on.
On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the
The
property?
judge might be waiting until we're
Oh,
done. to
yes,
take
sir.
lunch.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
When?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit
What
161
day?
of your testimony, and I'll see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
That exhibit is, please.
Jeff makes a good point. Paul
This
was
is
killed a few
a
days before his
video
trial in the
of
boat
my
case.
body-worn camera.
not long before
when,
that.
we were actually digging in the trash that was, we took to the shed and dug through.
Emma said, this feels like a bad professor in college who you want to ask to move on, to move so you can see, but it's too early in the
161
semester.
Into evidence, I believe, without objection.
It's admitted.
All right.
The quail cage is located on the map from evidence, actually under legend box on that document. We will go take a look. I will find where that is. It might be under the
I'm
overhang.
going to publish Exhibit 161.
Didn't know this was going to turn into geometry. I didn't either. Emily would make a great court referee. Flags all over the place. I would. It really is basically sports calling at this point. I'm here for it. Falling asleep over here listening to this direct. It was so fast this morning. It was like, and now it's just like collecting evidence. I like the way they're doing it though.
We're at 28 seconds in. What are
They're
we seeing
showing
right
the
there?
video and pausing
That
to
is
show
the
evidence. It's
large shed that's, our hangar.
It'd be much more interesting if we could see
just
the video.
Probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. But the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. Step down for me, if you would, please.
Mama of three,
Let's
Dick
kind of point that out for the
Herculean
jury.
is also been a prosecutor and a criminal
So where are the
defense attorney.
kennels in this particular video?
He's done all the things.
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right. And where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the dog house.
All right. What is this thing right there underneath the shed?
No, not until
That's
they go to deliberate.
UTV under the shed.
When they deliberate, they can talk
And then the
about
kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat.
I have not seen the HBO docuseries. If it is defamatory in any way, there's always the opportunity to sue for defamation, but I have not seen it. Question, a big if he's found not guilty, does he just get released? No. Also, quick thank you for getting me through my uni law degree. Couple more months. Congratulations, Shauna. No, he has so many indictments pending that I think they might have a hearing to change his bond amount if he's acquitted on this case, but I don't think he would automatically get out. Where if a defendant was acquitted and they had no other cases pending, they would
What are y'all about to do right here?
get out.
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. About to dig in trash. What day is this, though? This cuts both ways. If they find nothing in the trash, it raises the question again. In this tight timeline, where did bloody clothes go? Where did the weapons go?
124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right
Alec,
now at
Murdaugh, shoes were
145
clean.
that's on
How
the
were the
screen?
shoes still clean?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
Turkey load or turkey leg?
What is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge
They searched
long beard,
a lot of the property.
3.5 inch let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
They searched a lot of the property. They didn't search the house, it seems, till September.
What
but
is that right there?
I'm still not clear on that.
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS.
Bluebell, at some point, they do search the mother's
3.5
house.
inch.
I just don't know when
2
that is.
1/4, number 7 and 9.
Natalie said, I too am in law school, the Emily D. Baker School of Law. Yes, Larned University.
For the record,
Way
I'm
cheaper,
fast forwarding
yes.
then.
We cover a lot of trial procedure and the rise and fall of
What is
housewives.
this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And was, there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the?
Showbeast, we'll hear more about that with the medical examiner. I don't think he was shot from inside the feed room. He was shot from outside the feed room.
Goosey store?
Would he, or
Yeah.
from the side?
What was the amount?
Would he have fallen backwards? Not necessarily,
$1,021 and
especially if he was already walking
10 cents.
forward.
Okay, and somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
that is correct.
Megan makes a fair point. Did you ever have opposing counsel who conducted themselves like Dick? I had some opposing counsel
For the record, I'm just fast forwarding through, y'all searching through the
that were
trash, is that right?
difficult,
Yes, sir,
but
we are.
not quite like this.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
I had some opposing
No, sir,
counsel
we did
I
not.
really didn't like doing trials with because they were constantly pulling shady bullshit. I hated that. But I had some defense counsel who were difficult to do trials with because they were so good and the jury loved them. So it can pull you out of your game when defense attorneys running their own game. Not all defense attorneys are good at that. Some more experienced defense attorneys are better at it. Dick's got his own game in this courtroom, and the prosecution cannot play the defense game. They have to run their own race. I've mixed metaphors all over the place. Apologies. I've got my coffee, tea, water, Diet Pepsi, energy drink, and chai. You're ready with all the drinks. I've got lemon water. I'm done with my coffee. And I've got 2 mega pints of water for later. But also, it is 1:14, and this jury has not taken a break for lunch yet.
Stand by for me real quick.
The judge at some point is just going to be like, look, we're going to lunch. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm just waiting for it to happen. And then I'll let you know what time we'll be back this afternoon. So.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by.
Stand by. We're not here to stand by. We want to go get nuggets. We want nuggies.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
It's not a Gucci receipt. I think that's just what's coming up on closed captioning.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes, sir.
The
Your
credit
Honor,
card
this time
receipt.
I've moved State's Exhibit 214 into evidence, I believe without objection.
So there was a credit card receipt with Gucci on it.
Did it?
All right. So the partial credit card receipt with Gucci on it might have other things. So it was a Gucci receipt. I was looking at the chat and I did not catch that because that's not what I had on my bingo card. I did not have Gucci on my bingo card,
Yeah, the story just a little bit.
or why it's relevant.
Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or
Was this
what else
June
was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay.
I'm guessing June 13th.
I'm going to show you.
We have questions.
What's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
There's a Gucci store in Charleston. Maggie was supposedly in Charleston for a doctor's appointment the day of the murder. That's fair. They would have that. I found a
Yes, sir, I
compilation
did.
of you during
All right.
Deputy
And can you
Curry.
tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition.
Thank you.
And magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Gucci was
Yes,
on
sir.
the Bravo bingo card, but not on the Murdaugh bingo card for me. So, please tell us what chicken nuggets you eat. Well, right now I go through rounds of what I eat, but right now it is the Trader Joe's gluten-free chicken nuggets. I like them very much. I am very sensitive to malt.
152 and 151
So
in
a
the
lot of
evidence, I
gluten-free
believe, without
foods
objection.
No objection.
work well for me.
Consider
because-
without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
We,
Lunch.
there's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
It's time for lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going
Lunch.
to
We're
break,
going to lunch.
talking only to the jury. Everyone else remain seated.
Yeah, everybody else sit down.
We will reconvene
Let's
at, in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
What time is that, Your Honor? What time? Because it's like 1:20 now. So 2:40 is when we're back? 2:40 p.m.? The judge is like, y'all haven't been excused. Just the jury. What time? We're hungry. What time? And then I can tell you what time I'll be back. Generally about 10 minutes before court's back.
So I'll be back about 10 minutes before court's back. We'll see when that is. All right. Let's keep rolling. This low-level audio, man.
With regard to the admission of the guns, any further?
Record. He's letting them make a record now,
Anything further the
which is
state or
appropriate.
defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would
This is Jim Griffin.
further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested
I like that the
ballistically.
judge did this.
The test excluded the guns as being in the murder, as murder weapons, is my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is
The jury
unfairly
can
prejudicial.
ask.
All right.
The jury can
And
ask to see them or not.
response, Mr.
Waters.
The defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the
Yep.
state, not only just generally, but all certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those, we believe, is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
Right. Relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact
More
that
or
is of
less.
consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence.
There's the law.
This
The judge is like, here's a
evidence that these
reminder.
guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the
The judge is making
murders.
his record.
Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters.
Yep.
Multiple spent rounds, and the court, in its discretion, have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and the There's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place.
not
and I find that
prejudicial.
it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial.
It's not prejudicial
And
to
that's
have
the
guns at
basis
a
for the
hunting
court's order
cottage
with
or
regard to
hunting
admitting
property.
that evidence.
Anything
And
further?
we'll be on
Good.
break for an hour and 20 minutes.
Court will resume. I'm guessing court will resume at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, which means we will be back here for the afternoon stream at 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we will be back in just about an hour. I'm going to wrap up a few last questions. Miguelina, if you don't mind changing that afternoon stream to 1:30 and making it public, I appreciate it. Hi, Fred. Fred, you want to sit in my lap? Do you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? Fred says hi. Fred's like, no, I don't want to say hi. I want to sit in your lap. Just give us a second, Fred. All right. Fred has no chill. He's like, no, I'm sitting on your lap. I'm doing it now. This is what's happening. Fred, we're gonna end. Fred, we gotta answer questions. So we're gonna go answer some questions, and then we will be back after lunch. I know it's code. We've gone code Fred. He just wants to cuddle up on my lap. He's like, you're streaming, you're here. Can the jury get their own diagram of the crime scene? They have one now. We now know that the jury has multiple versions of this and a 3D rendering, but no, they can't do their own experiments, and they'll be told they can't do their own experiments. So they couldn't draw one up, but they will be given this exhibit, and they have it in multiple formats now. They've got a big blown up one too. And then they have they have the 3D rendering video, they have drone footage, and a bunch of other stuff. So the jury has quite a lot more to go on than we have, and they've seen all the other evidence. So they've seen all of the body cam footage. They've seen now the 3D rendering. So that is happening. Jessica said, as a legal assistant, his lack of organization and prep is aggravating. It is. I am going to try to find the things I've been tagged in, because I've been tagged a whole bunch in these photos from Kathy Runson. So I wanted to go pull these up. What I should say is we're pulling up crime scene photos. So there will be some blood. These won't be graphic. These are not subject to the protective order. So we're going to go take a look at these right now from Kathy Runson, who I believe is with Law and Crime, executive producer at Law and Crime. So let's take a look at that. Let's see. Just received evidence photos. Judge Newman is allowing a still pool photog to take photos of the evidence. We've talked about that. Law and Crime Network is in the media pool to receive these. Here is the feed house, blood on the floor. And so this is the Post and Courier photographer who is taking these, and we will go photo by photo. So this is the inside door to the feed room. There is not a lot of space in this inside area in what they're calling the feed room. And this is in this storage room area. And then there's the kennels. So there's a storage room, and then the feed room within it is my understanding from the photos that we have seen. And then you've got that door open there. This is the floor with the wadding. This is what they were talking about, whether these were shoe prints or not, and whose shoe prints these were. So that was part of the discussion earlier today in testimony. We also have the casings behind the door that had been talked about earlier in evidence 9 and 10. And those items correspond right here with 9 and 10 on the map. I should have made that bigger. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry. I know the cursor is very hard for y'all to see. I don't know why that is today. I will refresh things over the lunch break to try to help, because my cursor is off from where I'm showing you, and I don't know why. But 9 and 10 are here next to where Paul's body is. I don't know why my cursor is not showing easily. So those are items 9 and 10. This is the diagram that we have. This is a cleaner one because it's not a photocopy within a court exhibit. So this is actually, I will swap this one out. This one's a little bit less blurry. Ours is from a photocopy from a filing from the defense. This one is much easier to read for me. So this is not to scale. They talk about the overhang. They talk about columns. Here's the small animal cage. You can see it on the far side of the brown box. The small animal cage is that dove cage they were talking about earlier today. And then, of course, we've got the dog house over in this area, and then the small animal cage right here. So that is what we've got. I don't have a mouse mat because I have a trackpad. So I will see what's going on. But on my screen, it's in the right place. So where I'm looking at the mouse on my screen and where it's showing up when y'all see it are two different places. And that's weird to me. So yes, we'll see the exhibit diagram more. And then we've got a photo of the wadding, and I'll see if Kathy Russin has posted anything else from photos. No, but I appreciate those, and we'll see them. Of course, I'm sure Law and Crime will do them too. So it's interesting to me that where my mouse is showing up on my screen when I look at it and where it's showing up when it is transmitted to y'all through StreamYard is different. That's odd. I will fix that over lunch. Have you got Dr. B doing your nuggies? No, because Dr. B is not present at the moment. Fred, can you do nuggies? Can you go get the air fryer going? No, Fred, it's not helpful at all. Not earning your keep, my guy. The chicken coop is located generally under where the legend is in this diagram. It says small animal cage under the overhang. So that's where I think we've got that there are two. So I will be restarting. I will absolutely power cycle everything before. We've got a link to the afternoon stream. I'm going to kind of speed run. Let's do a quick roundup real quick. We just stun with the way that we talk. First of all, don't forget to do the YouTube things. Just go ahead and subscribe and hit the bell so you know when we are back for all the streams for this trial. We've got at least, it seems like another 2 weeks from here. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in court this morning. There was a cross-examination that was not nearly as prepared as I thought it would be. The information we got from the cross-examination was, not a ton, but the defense did get the witness who looks like Jodie Foster to get into whether it's reasonable that there were two shooters, whether it's reasonable that shots were not done at close range. That got cleaned up a little bit on redirect, but not a ton. That will get cleaned up, I think, more. And by cleaned up, I mean the prosecution will answer those questions more when we get to the medical examiner, who will, of course, talk about the fact that these murders were committed at close range. Fred, you can't knock over my laptop while I'm streaming, you menace. Fred be Fredin'. Mischief managed, Fred. Stop. He is going to disconnect me from the internet. Fred is now behind my screens just trying to fuck around and find out. As I am in the middle of my recap that requires the brain power. Fred. Cats and streaming, not always compatible. Either way, the defense is really trying to introduce the possibility that there could have been a shooter out, like up in the trees is kind of what he was getting at, that there could be a shooter shooting from a higher angle because the trajectory of the bullets just keeps going into like infinity when it goes out one direction or the other, which is interesting that that's the tack that they were taking. But of course, it is their job to introduce doubt, not give you a coherent theory. It's could be this, could be that, could be this other thing. One of those is reasonable, jury, you figure it out. And then we're getting into the prosecution's next witness, the special agent who pulled all of the guns out of the gun room, collected the casings from those 300 blackout round ARs that we know will later be matched up in casing analysis to the murder weapon in those tool markings. So we were going to get into a bunch more foundational marking of evidence. Goodie for us when we come back from lunch. So interesting moments noted from this morning is when the defense asked the special agent, what's so special about a special agent? And all the chat just went, ugh.
Stop it. Just stop it. What's so special about a special agent? Stop it!
I was annoyed. I felt all of the annoyance. Y'all were annoyed. I was annoyed. We all were annoyed. We're all annoyed together. So I'm going to do a few questions and then we're going to roll. So Fred, it is. Fred has been walking on the mouse. He did not like the redo of The Office. Do you think he's lost to the jury yet? They've lost me? I don't know. The jury is definitely invested in sitting there and watching this. It's also a little easier to stay engaged when you see the video and things that are going on. Question, wasn't there spent bullet casings everywhere on the property? Maybe someone used that building at one time for target practice. There were a lot of spent casings around, so they're going to talk about the spent casings being around. I don't know if they're assuming that these bullet marks and trajectories lined up with the murder and that they weren't just shooting at the property or at the buildings on the property. But we'll see. It's a good question. It's a possibility. Doesn't trajectory matter less because they were shot at close range? We will see. They're going to have to clean that up. Trajectory rods give law enforcement an idea of the height of the shooter. I think that's the foundation he's trying to lay here. They didn't get to that at all, but they might with others. This is South Carolina. Jury will be annoyed. They are not fooled by this guy. He risks them not believing anything the attorney says. We will definitely see. Turquoise Jennifer said, as a psychologist, I'm fascinated about how lawyers regulate themselves so they don't react to the adversarial interactions in cross. Can you shed any light on this? I think it's different for every attorney and for the way that they are trained and for the job they're doing. The reactions of a prosecutor are going to be much different than the reactions of the defense. The defense has a lot more leeway to be like, the government is reaching, Your Honor. Much more room for theatrics. That comes across heavy-handed to a lot of juries when you are literally the arm of the government. A lot of jurors are like, well, they're the government, so maybe not just keep going on and on. Do we receive any training on it? I didn't. Could training have changed since I was trained? Yes, it's been quite a long time. But it was, I mean, how do athletes, and a lot of DAs that I worked with were also athletes, it's the same way I prepared to play college water polo. It was making sure that I was in control of my emotions and not the other way around, and that I didn't lose sight of the goal literally. And in my case as a prosecutor, the goal was to make sure that I am helping witnesses tell their story about what they saw, what they heard, and what they did, so that I can argue my case at the end of the jury. And so that for me was how I never took it personally. There were times though when people made it personal that I lost my mind, not in front of juries, but there were definitely times. I mean, I did storm out of juvenile court once and tell the judge, when you're willing to listen to me, call me and I'll be back. Not professional at all, not my proudest moment, but definitely huffed out in a moment of complete exacerbation. So it's not always a perfect system. Much easier when a jury is involved because you can actually cause all kinds of like legal and constitutional issues when you are not prepared. When there's no jury, sometimes everyone has their moments. I wonder if the shelves got switched at the murder. I don't know if they would have or not. Notice another law enforcement agent with a beard. They all have beards. Everybody we've seen has a beard. They've almost all had beards. And now the prosecution's commenting on the beards. It's hilarious. Laundered certificates would be an outstanding addition to your store. We've laundered you. Admiring your earrings every day. Where did you get them? These are Kendra Scott. I think the design is this Sophie. I'm also going to have to take it. Now it's hot in my office. I made really clear, well-labeled crime scene images, 5 of them, and put them on a Reddit in the Reddit Alex Murdaugh trial subreddit because I love the law nerds and clarity. I will go take a look, Jen. Thank you. There have been thank you for letting us know exactly which subreddit they are in so people can go look. How would the shots be fired from outside? Have the cartridges end up next to the bodies? I'm not quite sure, Bruce. I understand. How would the shots? I believe they are believing that things happened. I mean, how would these casings end up behind the door? We will see. Whether they think that the shooter was inside and shooting out. But it seems from the damage that the shooter was outside shooting in, but also when casings drop and pop, they can roll and they can bounce. So we'll have to see how the prosecution explains what's going on with those casings. Just like I'm gonna have to explain my mouse. With so many people in here, shouldn't there be many more hitting that like button? I think people just get invested in the coverage and forget, but y'all can hit the like button and let YouTube know you appreciate what we're doing. Question, can the jury request clarification of who someone is? I mean, we saw the jury ask a note to the court. They seem very comfortable doing so, and we saw them do that earlier. So could they do that? Yes. So Jen said, I've lived in the South 30 years. He can't let her talk. She's just a girl. He has to mansplain everything for himself. It's very frustrating, and the female jurors will see it. In the words of Kesha, I like your beard. I'm so confused to the defense objecting relevancy on the guns being admitted into evidence. Doesn't showing the guns that use that ammo help the defense justify the ammo being present? They don't want the prosecution to just be like, ooh, big scary guns. But I don't think the jurors in this jurisdiction are going to be like, ooh, scary guns. I really don't. I think this is not uncommon. I don't think this is wild that somebody on a hunting property would have this many weapons. I don't think they're trying to go, see, he has a lot of weapons, therefore he's a bad guy. I don't think they're showing that. But the defense is called into question the propriety of this investigation. And you heard the prosecution say, and therefore We will show you everything we investigated and how we went gun by gun to rule them out as the murder weapon. And I think that's fair. So, Katie said, shout out to Jen and Stitches. Your labeled photos in the Alex Murdaugh trial subreddit are so helpful. There you go. And I will go take a look at those over the lunch breaks. So, with that, TC, why so many shot casings? How many times were each victim shot? I don't remember with regard to Maggie if it was mentioned, but we know that there were at least 2 strikes that had fragmenting. Paul Murdaugh was shot twice, and there were 2 casings from the shotgun. We will hear from the medical examiner exactly how many strikes Maggie Murdaugh had. I don't know if we're going to get that today. So we will see. With all of that, y'all, thank you for being here. We are going to link to the afternoon stream, so you can just head right over there if you want to chat. And I will be back with you just about 10 minutes before court starts. I'm going to go get some food, so I will see you back here. What time did we decide? 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, so just about an hour, and I will be back here. The medical examiner already testified. No, they have not. We have been just laying foundation for the crime scene. All of the testimony, except for a brief excerpt about text messages between Paul Murdaugh and his friend, most of the testimony has been centered around the crime scene. So with that, thank you all for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. You know where to do the YouTube things. You know where to find me.
You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.